Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. We do have a couple seats up front. If people need to have a seat, we have quite a few seats up front. We're going to call this meeting to order. Let's stand for the pledge, trustees. Trustee Jones will be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'd like to give a warm welcome for tonight's special board meeting. It is 6:03. We are commencing this meeting, special board meeting, and we just did the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to do roll call, and I'm going to have Namarta Grewal go ahead and start with introductions, and we'll introduce ourselves.
Good evening, Namarta Grewal, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, Ahmed Shigoslami of Business Services. Before I pass the mic, I do want to say Ramadan Mubarak. It's the lunar month where Muslims fast from dawn to dusk, and so if you see me eating, I'll be breaking my fast. So I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Dialazzo.
Good evening, Ed Dialazzo, Deputy Superintendent, Educational Services.
Good evening, Elizabeth Gersich, Student Board Trustee.
Hi, good evening, Justin Brown, Board Trustee.
Hello, Mary Jo Carrion, Board Trustee.
Good evening, Charlie Jones, Trustee for Area 4.
Good evening, Lori Walker, Trustee for Area 2.
Good evening, Trustee Kelly McCaughey, serving as President this year.
Welcome, everyone in the live audience and online. Maurice Geisel, Superintendent.
And Lenita Villasenor, Executive Assistant to Dr. Geisels and the Board of Trustees.
All right, next on the agenda is a report out of closed session actions. We had no action, so there's nothing to report out. Next on the agenda is we have a approval of the agenda, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda for today's special board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Trustee Jones and seconded by Vice President Walker. Preferential vote?
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes 5-0 unanimously. Okay, next on the agenda is we have a practice where we have a Q&A. This is actually typical for regular board meetings, so we do not have any Q&A for this special board meeting. So the next section is a discussion and report and action, and the one item for this special board meeting is the 2026-2027 budget reductions and initial reduction in force, RIF direction. And before I pass it to staff, I just would like to talk about a couple reminders for operation for the special board meeting. What we're going to be doing is we will be doing a multi-tiered presentation, and we will be breaking it up into 3 different parts. There will be an opportunity for public comment on 2 of the items that will require action. If you would like to make public comment, we have a green card up front, and Ms. Lenita Villasenor can help you as well. Please make sure to fill out the green card. Due to the number of public comment cards, we're going to limit the time for 2 minutes. We will be asking that you please honor the 2 minutes of time. And we will have a timer, which you can see up there, will help notate your time, and it'll count down when you have approximately 10 seconds left. And we are asking that you wrap your thoughts and comments up and honor the 2 minutes out of fairness and consideration for everyone who has come out tonight to make public comment. And then we will also be breaking out the timing for public comment depending on the number of speakers, but we do appreciate everyone who has come out tonight. We want to hear from you, and we will make sure that if you intend to speak, you will have your time. So with that stated, we have no other space for public comment for anything that's not on the agenda for tonight. So if you have something that you want to speak to that's not related to the special board meeting agenda, you'll have to save that for a regular board meeting. So with that, it's time to pass it to staff.
Okay.
We'll start with the presentation.
Thank you, President McCaughey. Slide, Ahmad. What we did, we want to give you a summary of work to date. Last time we spent a presentation in bringing everyone up to speed on our financials and the context of how we got to now in a 40-minute presentation. We're going to abbreviate that tonight, and what we decided to do was link the presentation as well as the entire meeting was recorded, and particularly you might want to watch the fiscal expert report that from the county, Kate Lane, that starts at 27 minutes 50 seconds in. So the two major events tonight are actions on the remaining reductions list, and then quickly review the follow-up questions from the prior board meetings as staff follow-ups, and then prioritization of the rescinding layoff notices and public comment, like President McCaughey said, for each. So we'll move right into it now with number one, summary to date, and I'll facilitate pretty much the same slides that individual board members covered last time. So the first one, summary of the process to identify reductions. Trustee Brown.
Sure. So this has been a long process to get here. We started with the Budget Advisory Committee back in August of last year. We held a number of town halls and budget sessions to communicate with the community. And when I use the term community, I mean everyone. I don't mean just students and parents. I mean all of our staff in all of its capacities. We then held a number of special board meetings to discuss direction. You can see there were 7 of those. So we as a board spent many, many hours through a lot of discussion to try to prioritize the reductions that we felt we as a board would put forward to recommendation. Unfortunately, some of those recommendations required negotiation, and we as a board wanted to make sure that we gave enough time for good faith negotiations by our negotiating committee along with our labor partners in both CSEA and APT. And at the time we made those recommendations, we went through an exercise of rating things from 1 to 3 and a lot of discussion to move things through that list. And I chaired over those meetings, so I know that a lot of thought, diligence, public comment went into those discussions to come up with that list. And the purpose of tonight was to re-review those items that we had pushed and indicated as a board were our least preferred options for reductions. But because of the state timelines that we have as a board now to consider those to run in parallel to the negotiations that are still ongoing. And with that, I'll pass it off.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. And Trustee Carrion, some more summary to date, please.
So we've already made $16.2 million in reductions, and one of the most important things that we have as a board is we have to be fiscally responsible, and we have a resolution that we committed to fiscal solvency on September 25th, and we have to honor that. We identified a range of required reductions between 11 and 15 million. And at the November 13th and the November 20th board meeting, we approved 11.16 million in reduction options. 5.4 of those are required negotiations, and we are still in the process of negotiations, but we need to have contingency plans. So a board has to approve reduction in force for staffing reductions, and if you would like to see the approved list of reductions that were weighted 1, that's attached, and also the ones that we weighted 3 is attached.
Thank you, Trustee Carrion. And again, these slides were covered last week, and bringing up to speed, again, the fiscal expectations, Trustee Jones.
Sorry, I thought this was... Oh, okay, I can do it. All right, so the first interim budget for 2026-2027 came back as a negative certification. When we came back, we thought originally everything was done. As you remember, we came back and we found out that there were issues that had arisen. That negative certification has triggered additional oversight by ACOE and FCMAT, which is their job is to go through, look at all of our processes and see what can we improve and what can we do better. What is good about this is normally you'd have to pay for something like that, but because of that certification, this is being provided to us for free, so the county is covering it. And we will need to implement the full 11.16 the board approved to ensure that we have fiscal solvency and are not eventually taken over by the county or the state. And so to return to fiscal solvency, that is a positive certification. This will be an ongoing discussion. And to be clear, and I just want to let everybody know, part of this discussion is, again, we put a heavy ask upon our labor partners and a heavy burden in that ask. And the understanding is we know that you may not be able to do that, and we understand and we respect it. And so what we're working on tonight is how do we move forward in a way that does not interfere with the bargaining process.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. And again, fiscal expert from the county, Kate Lane, spoke last week. And Trustee Walker, would you please review what her presentation
Kate Lane
was?
is our fiscal expert. As Trustee Jones said, that she's free to us. She's a CPA. She has a significant level of insight into our current situation here at PUSD. She's really giving tech support and guidance to us, and she's trying to ensure that this decision making remains local. She went over the urgency of the PUSD fiscal situation. She discussed the needs for reserves and fiscal resilience, and she reiterated that 3% reserves just covers payroll for maybe just 1 week or 2 weeks. We need to follow through with 11.16 million in reductions for 26 and 27, and she discussed the consequences to PUSD for not making those reductions and changing our current expenditure levels. And then she also discussed it's the board's fiduciary responsibility to ensure the district's fiscal solvency.
Thank you, Trustee Walker. And again, this was an abbreviation of what was covered last week, along with Kate Lane. And again, just a reminder: if you want to if you're new to the process or you want more information, please go back to last week because there's everything's recorded from last week. Thank you, trustees. Now, the first of two order of events is action on the remaining reduction list, and I'm going to turn it over to President McCaughey to talk about the remaining reduction list.
Okay, so yes, just as the previous stated, the board has approved a resolution for the total amount of 11.16 million reductions. As Trustee Carrion stated, was approved last September, and then 5.4 of that are negotiable reductions. So what that means is that, already stated by Trustee Jones, negotiations are still ongoing with both CSEA and APT, and we greatly appreciate the negotiation process and how that has been going. Unfortunately, we have a timeline statutory that is also something that the district has to stay in compliance with, which is they have a March 15th statutory layoff deadline, which basically is a process in which Human Resources, once board has taken action, is to provide notification to employees of potential layoffs. So that includes any positions that fall under the $5.4 million dollar amount in regards to aligning with the fiscal responsibility of what the board must do with that action. So as we know, negotiations are still ongoing, and as they proceed and process, the idea behind the next step process is that as additional savings are realized, layoff notices can be rescinded to bring back those positions. And this is a process that is done annually each year. So the board action, trustees, what we're being asked to do tonight is to approve the identified list of the remaining reductions that total $5.02 million. And the reason that this has to be done now at this point is that staff needs to be able to prepare and put together initial 2026, 2027 reduction, or also known as an RIF, resolution for the board, which will come to us next Thursday, February 26, 2026. So what this means in this part of the special board meeting is that the way we would like to set this up is to allow for public comment, to tag in between the expectation for the timing and the presentations with staff. So to recap expectations, this is just in general for the public comment process. As this is a special board meeting, once again, as a reminder, as I stated earlier, public comment can only be on the items that are agendized. This is a very important topic, and as I had stated earlier, we want to hear from each of you. So once again, some people did come in later, so if you walked in later once the meeting started and you need to get a comment card, it's green up front. Please make sure to get one and fill that out and give it to Lanita. I don't see a lot of children in the audience, but if you are a parent or an adult with a child, please mark a C on that so Lanita can identify that, and we will want to accommodate those speakers up front. In addition, under the Brown Act, trustees will not be engaging in discussion or answering specific questions to the public. But I would also state that if trustees, if there's a clarifying question, please just call my attention if there's a specific question or clarifying question can be answered. We will listen carefully. And we may need to direct staff to follow up on a specific comment as appropriate. And keep in mind that your comments should be respectful. We don't want to have any personal attacks or any disruptive behavior, but we do want to hear from all of you. And as I stated earlier, we will limit the public comment to 2 minutes. So as I've already stated multiple times, make sure to fill out the green card, 1 comment card per speaker. We are adjusting the time to 2 minutes. And then we will, if there's a comment that's been stated, you can feel free to say, I agree with, so-and-so or what was already stated. And once again, this will not be a dialogue between the board and public comment. Also, many of you already know we've received many emails already, but if you also want to send a follow-up email, our email is board@pleasantonust.net. So what's on the next slide? It was for staff presentation. Okay, so I'm sorry, yes?
Yeah, I think we were going to take this one, and then we would move into the remainder of the staff presentation after public comment and board action on the first item.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, because my computer's not working. So I just wanted to make sure. So this is for the action for the resolution, right? Okay. So apologize. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask that if trustees have questions about our action, this is the time for you to ask questions. Then we will open it for public comment. This is just on the actual resolution to approve the $5.02 million. So if you are here tonight in regards to a particular position, for example, let's say it's for science, that will be communicated at a later time. We have a separate public comment for that. This is just on the dollar amount. So to clarify, once again, The board will be approving a resolution to take action for the actual amount. And if you have questions or public comment on actual positions, we're going to have that come a little bit later in the presentation. Okay. So, passing it to my fellow trustees for questions. Yes, Trustee Jones.
Okay, so traditionally, this is a special meeting, but traditionally we usually have at the beginning of the meetings the ability for the union presidents to both speak first. So since we didn't have that at this special meeting, would it be okay for us to have the union presidents be the first to speak if they have cards in for these items?
They both already have cards in for this item, and they're up in the beginning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm asking for questions on the actual resolution. Marta, can you click on the remaining reductions? Does that show the resolution?
It isn't a resolution at this time, President McClatchy.
It doesn't show the amount.
It's your list. Yeah, the amount is there.
Okay, so you can pull out of that then. You don't have to. Okay, so for clarifications, do we have any trustees have any questions about the resolution amount? Okay, so I'll ask one question. So my question is, would it be possible to do a lower amount? So for example, to approve it instead of the 5.02 million, to approve it to 3 million or 4 million. Is that an option?
To maintain, based on all of the work that we have done to maintain our fiscal solvency for next year, no, it's not.
So just for clarification on that, so in other words, if the board approved it to 4 million only, what would happen?
So currently, based on our first interim report, which is our latest report that we've updated, we needed to achieve the $11 million of reduction so that next year we have a close to a balanced budget. If we don't make those reductions, we will further deficit spend. And given our current fiscal situation that we are in, we cannot deficit spend any further. It'll put our fiscal solvency in jeopardy, meaning we may not be able to meet payroll and other type of requirements that the district has, obligations.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, trustees? Okay, so what we're going to do at this time is open it for public comment on the this particular section in regards to the remaining reductions totaling amount of 5.02 million. Do we have any specific public comment questions on this?
Because it's agendized as one item, all the comments are for this particular item. I don't know if they're sectioned out between your list or the second part.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the audience. If there's anyone that has a question on this particular part of the resolution process.
All of us. Yeah. Just start public comment.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to start.
So go ahead and start.
We're going to start with our student first. Tiara is our first speaker. And then I have Ryan Kelly and then Evan Branning.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Tiara Mitra, and I'm a student at Amador Valley High School. I want to start off by mentioning that I went to elementary school in Dublin, where science is not a class like it is here in Pleasanton. As a daughter of two very accomplished scientists and a high school at Amador Valley, I was appalled by the lack of focus on STEM. The only time I was able to comprehend science in elementary school was the 30-minute lessons that were squeezed in at the end of the day. Even now in high school, I think my loss of science in elementary school really impacted my understanding of biology, chemistry, physics, everything. I wasn't able to fully understand and learn about the one thing in school that I'm actually very interested in, which could soon be the reality for many students in Pleasanton Unified School District. Have you ever talked to an elementary schooler about science? I have, and they love it. You can literally see the passion and the excitement in their eyes to want to learn about science. I think we're really thinking about the wrong priorities here. I want you to think and really think if the best way to save money is take away science from PE and I really want you to think about whether the best way to save money is taking it away from science and PE, essential skills from children who very rarely these days actually want to learn. I know that fundamentally, even you know that is wrong. On top of everything, when the facts are laid bare, you are a school district, not a new office building district, not a bare bones district, a school district, where your duty to the people is to help educate them. When you got this job, you were told to hold the students before all. I and all these people here disagree that you're doing that job. Don't think, because when students need to fight for their right to learn against their school district is when you know that something is fundamentally wrong. Pleasanton students really do deserve better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
So right before our union presidents, we have two students, Parker Harris and Kangmin Wu.
Hello, everybody. My name is Parker Harris. I'm a senior at Amador Valley.
Hello, I'm Kangmin Ryu, and I'm a sophomore at Amador Valley.
Kangmin and I have both gone through the whole band program through Pleasanton Unified School District. We've met countless friends and made, again, countless memories. Sorry, I'm a little nervous because there's a lot of people here, which is great.
We're always here. We're behind you.
Band is one of the most important things to kids. It brings music into their lives, and that's something that will stay with them for their whole lives. Starting band in 5th grade is so important because it is a gateway for these kids to go to maybe like a musical college and have their whole life basically filled with love and music. And that is one of the most important things to me, and I'm sure Kangmin. We've made countless memories on the Amador field for marching band, and we followed that through. I did for all 4 years, and as will Kangmin for his 4 years at Amador. We've urged you, and we beg of you, please do not cut our 5th grade music program.
Hi, my name is Kangmin. I'm one of the drum majors at Amador Valley High School. For me, band has probably been one of the best outlets of expression I've ever had in my life. It has gotten me through so many hard moments in my life, and the entire reason that's happened to me is because I started band in 5th grade, which even then I really enjoyed. I think band is a wonderful opportunity for everyone to express themselves and have an outlet, and it helped me with my mental health so much, and it really has made such a positive impact in so many people's lives. And I urge you, please don't cut the 5th grade funding program for band. Thank you.
So next we have Ryan Kelly and then Evan Branning.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I actually do not have anything prepared tonight. I stepped out of a meeting to come here. So I would just like you to please remember, on the behalf of CSEA and the negotiation team, I think that we have worked really, really hard to try and just work diligently to make those numbers work and bring our best foot forward and make just everything possible as far as CSEA goes and what you needed help with. And I would really, really like to see that no more cuts are made and to CSEA, and where we could possibly be hurt the most in having our staff and support in the offices, at the school sites, on the school grounds, to our employees. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evan Branning, and I'm your APT president. I want to start by introducing the hundreds of educators who stand behind me in support of the most vulnerable students in our district. The cuts proposed tonight are going to hurt the students who have the least. We ask our members to make sure that they come up in groups to respect your time, to make sure that you understand, though, that behind each member who speaks is 740 other members standing behind them in support of our students. If you wonder why we have ended up here, I have told you before that trust has been a challenge for us. And we continue to have challenges. When we look at, unfortunately, multiple slides presented to you in the future, to try to propose numbers simply to prove a statement I made incorrect, and yet cannot do even basic math. How are we to trust the accounting of this district if you cannot figure out that 2.2 million going to 5.3 million is not a 50% increase, it is a 140% increase? When your slides give false information, we cannot believe the numbers that you present to us, and it makes bargaining incredibly difficult. We reject the numbers that are presented and ask this board to come up with a new list, one that reflects priorities of our students, of our district, to make sure that Pleasanton students get the best education, the best services. We ask for no further cuts to CSEA or APT members. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Nicole Langer, Michelle Verkylen, and Christy Karen.
Good evening, board and cabinet. My name is Nicole Langer, and I'm an intervention specialist at Hart Middle School. This position has been part of my day since before COVID. Being an IS at secondary level is both rewarding and exhausting, all in the same day and at the same time. I'm standing here before you tonight because I need you to see our students. Our secondary sites have been working hard to make the best use of our resources. At Hart, we have adjusted the IS position many times in order to meet the needs of approximately 1,100 students each and every school year. The numbers are even higher at the high schools. PPIE had funded a full-time position at the time, and we were extremely grateful. Our students had been able to get the support and attention that they so desperately needed before. That support has been stretched more and more every year. The need is greater, and the funding continues to be reduced or redirected. Sites are right-sized every year based on numbers. Sections are reduced every year. These additional proposed cuts create a greater gap. I need you to see our students. The IS position has already been reduced by 50% at our site alone. Our enrollment numbers have declined by less than 100 students over the years. Christina Wecklow and I continue to do all that we can to find these students who are starting to stumble and fall through the cracks. These cracks will be even greater if the class sizes are increased. We gather information, work with teachers, gather input from teachers, look at current grades as well as test scores, and monitor access class signups and provide supports for the students as quickly as possible. Middle school is hard, and I need you to see our students. We have students who enter the PUSD system later in their educational path. We have older students who enter PUSD from many areas and bring a variety of educational backgrounds. They need time to adjust to the rigor of PUSD. We work to find their strengths and their areas of need as quickly as possible. High school and middle school students would prefer not to show their areas of need. They protect themselves by hiding in the background in order to keep anyone from knowing what they don't know. Larger class sizes will make this an easier task for them. And as an IS at the secondary level, I need you to see our students.
Good evening, President McCaughey, Vice President Walker, trustees, Superintendent Geisels, Cabinet, and our community. I am Michelle Verkeilen, TK teacher. No wonder I can't see it. ABT leader and lifelong Pleasanton community member. I have a simple but dire message for you tonight. Pleasanton students deserve the best. What is proposed tonight is not the best. You all know this is true. You have placed this entire list at a 3 previously because you know it is not good for students. The Budget Advisory Committee's #1 recommendation was to, and I quote, preserve classroom and front lines, the experience of the student and supporting frontline educators. That's all this list is, the experience and support for our students, many items for which it is our most vulnerable students. Any cuts need to be as far away as possible from the class and our students. I've spoken to some people and they've said, but there's not other items on the list. Guess what? You're in charge of the list. I know you don't want to put this list forward tonight, so don't. Do not put the list forward, throw it out. Do right by students. It's in your power. Make a new list because Pleasanton students deserve the best.
It doesn't matter. Buenas tardes. Yo soy Christy Kernahan, the granddaughter of immigrants from Mexico and the Philippines. For 3 generations, my family were migrant field workers who fought for justice. I was once a Title I child. Today, I stand before you as the first woman in my family to graduate college, a former Teacher of the Year, and a 30-year veteran at Valley View Elementary. I would not be here without the supports I received along the way. Tonight, I'm wearing my pin from my first day in PUSD. It reads, Children First. I ask us to remember what it means to put children first. Fiscal responsibility. There was a time when our district spent responsibly. In recent years, spending and deficits have grown beyond sustainable levels. Because of past decisions, students are now learning in overcrowded classrooms and in schools with failing infrastructure. In service, there was a time when PD was truly valued. We studied best practices and pursued degrees to better serve our students, because highly trained teachers mean excellence for every child. Resources. Not that long ago, PUSD was an innovator in the Bay Area, offering enriching resources that attracted families to our community. We implemented staggered reading to support vulnerable learners. We are among the first to provide science, music, and PE specialists at the elementary level. But in 1997, those specialists were cut, and students were sent home early. That decision stripped 8,100 minutes from learning for each of our students. And here we are again. For many students, there are no extras at home, and school is their only lifeline to opportunity. Supports. Students' needs are more complex than ever. Will they succeed without targeted support from reading intervention, RISs, and counselors? Removing support does not close gaps, it widens them. Teachers were once cherished in this district, yet now many are leaving and are being laid off. Did you know at Valley View we have welcomed 28 new staff in just 3 years? Students deserve stability, not turnover. Our work far reaches beyond academics because our students deserve nothing less. These are not line items, they are lifelines. I'm asking you tonight to be a champion for our students. Keep cuts away from our students, and let's put children first once again in Pleasanton Unified.
The next speakers are Jonathan Pedroni, Dan Douglas, and Solana Olson.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Padroni. Oh, hi. I'm coming actually talking on two sides. I am first talking as a parent. I have two kids that are in PUSD. As an interdistrict transfer, my family and I live in Livermore, and after they were shortly born, we were like, you know what, we need them to come to Pleasanton because of these programs. They spent the first 3-4 years in Livermore schools, and they didn't have science as robust as what we have in Pleasant Elementary. They don't have PE teachers, and they don't have music at grades level 1 at the younger grades. And so it just felt like, wow, I get to teach in this awesome district. Let's bring them to Pleasanton. And we did that, and they have been thriving, and they have been having a great time. And it would be really, now that they're older than that cutoff, but I would hate for younger grades to miss out on that, so that future kids that want to do inter-district transfers or have like Pleasanton be a feature school, have those kids be able to come to Pleasanton for those science, PE, and music minutes. Thank you. As far as the music teacher in me, it was kind of a weird coincidence that I became a teacher in Pleasanton to become a elementary music specialist. It wasn't what I thought I would ever do, and I love it. I teach 90 kids every day how to play string instruments, and you do not know what it's like when you hand a kid from various backgrounds this instrument, and their light in their eyes just goes crazy. I did some numbers because of other reasons. I passed out around 80 instruments 4 or 5 years ago. 2 years ago, I passed out 100 string violins, just violins. 2 years ago, just 100. Last year, 130, and then this year I passed out 150 violins to school district-owned instruments to students in need. And there are still more that needed them, and kids that are renting them. We have huge amount of impact on these students, and they need that opportunity, the opportunity to play music, the opportunity to get that valuable thing to take home, to have ownership of, and to have that experience of music to take to middle school, where it's so important for them to have that self-expression and that outlet for themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Douglas. I am a finance professional, private enterprise CFO, work with numbers for a living. And more importantly, though, I'm a parent of a 3rd grader at Leidixson and an 8th grader who has benefited greatly from intervention specialists at Hart Middle School, so thank you so much for the work that you've done with him. I spent time today reviewing the financial reports. I have better things to do with my day, but thought I might dive into it and see what we can find. I heard fiscal responsibility more than once from the board this evening. The district being in this position to begin with is fiscally irresponsible. Can we not hide behind the veil of fiscal responsibility and just call it what it is? We shouldn't be here, but we are. So how do we move forward? Number one, how can you ask teachers and students to take budget cuts when our budgets aren't even accurate? What do I say that? There is salary planning for certificated and classified employees. Last year was off by 4.5%. Salaries are a fixed cost. I don't understand why this is a difficult thing to budget, right? So how do we have that big of a variance there? More importantly, though, the services and operating expenses are off by 33% last year. That's $6.7 million in overspending on that budget item alone, which actually was an improvement on the previous year, which was off by nearly 60%, which is $12.1 million. Right? Like, how can we ask teachers and students to take permanent cuts when we can't even budget correctly? It blows my mind. But the last thing that I really want to get into here is, as a CFO, before I ask an employee ever to make a sacrifice for the organization in which I work for, I look first to executives. I look first to myself to take those cuts and to make those cuts. It's a difficult thing to understand with this district that the top 3 paid employees here have received pay increases of 52%, 54%, and 70% over a 5-year time span. So again, before you look to teachers and students, please look to the district itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bear with me. Hello, my name is... My name is Solana Olson, and I'm the full-time counselor, support counselor at Foothill High School. I want to thank you guys for swiftly, in the fall, saving all mental health school positions like mine. I moved to California 12 and a half years ago, and I was amazed by Pleasanton School District's dedication to students' mental health by having positions like mine in the schools. I'll get through this, I promise. I just care to lot about this job. You are not only concerned with students planning for their futures, but also managing their futures as well. Schools at the secondary level had comprehensive counseling teams made up of academic counselors and social emotional counselors working in partnership to cultivate the whole child. I was astonished to hear that this was the framework of the Pleasanton schools for decades. Please do not go back in time by making damaging cuts that will hurt our students at a time when child and teen mental health and suicides are at an all-time high. Foothill Counseling Team alone has already supported 21 students that have either had thoughts of taking their life, planned to take their life, or attempted to take their life since the school year began. This is almost twice the number from the whole school year of 24-26. I alone have either led or participated in 400 mental health related meetings and contacts so far in the 25-26 school year. 400. Please let me do my job. Let us do our jobs. Let us help the students build resilience, self-care, and the stress tolerance skills to forge this complicated world they now live in, and without the threat of our jobs being cut every year. Because as my shirt says, Pleasanton students' mental health matters, and Pleasanton students do deserve the best. Thank you.
So our next three speakers are Anna Lisa Pedrazo, Sherilyn Boris, and Jen Gurin.
Good evening. I'm going to try to use my teacher voice so we can hear in the back. My name is Annalisa Perazzo, and I'm here not only as a teacher, but a PUSD parent, to remind you that Pleasanton students deserve the best. I have taught at Walnut Grove Elementary for 12 years, and this year, my own child attends as a Roadrunner. I chose this district not for convenience, but for the opportunities I have watched my students receive year after year. Pleasanton students deserve the very best we can offer, and that means protecting the people and supports that make their school days safe, stable, and successful. Each time staff is removed, students lose critical support, and the ripple effects are felt in every classroom. At a time when the district is working to increase enrollment, these cuts are not appealing to families. We're seeing increasing behavioral challenges, and strong administration is essential to safe and productive learning environments. At Walnut Grove and many other sites, we will lose vice principal support due to budget cuts. That absence is felt daily, and discipline, crisis response, and the support needed to keep learning on track. Removing leadership while needs increase is not sustainable. How many more hats are teachers expected to wear? We're educators, counselors, mediators, safety monitors, and often first responders. And there's more to the list, but I'm not afforded that time. We're already overworked and undercompensated. Adding responsibilities without support will lead to burnout, declining morale, and the loss of exceptional teachers. Pleasanton students benefit from outstanding educators because this district has historically invested in staff and resources that support success. Those supports are now being taken away. Please prioritize staffing. Pleasanton students deserve the best, and this is not the definition of excellence. Thank you.
Good evening. Beginning band and strings for 5th grade saves Pleasanton Unified money at the middle school and high school. A lot of money. Currently, 5th grade instrumental music has a 95% voluntary participation rate. This is not a hose we want to kink. For example, our robust elementary instrumental music program feeds packed out band and strings classes at Harvest Park alone. The 3 sections of band that Jason Boris teaches at Harvest Park have 58 students, 57, and also 56 students. This means that 169 students are taught for 0.5 FTE. What a bargain. Patrick D'Andrea and Jason Boris serve 442 students with a total of 1.5 FTE. It would take 3 FTE to serve that many students if they were in other classes. The savings of FTE at the middle school, this middle school, covers the cost of all elementary music. But wait, there's more, because Pleasanton also has 2 other middle schools and 2 high schools, where these packed to the gills music rooms save the district FTE. Cutting 5th grade instrumental music will save money next year, and then it will cost money every year thereafter. Your decision is between 1 teacher serving 30 students or 1 teacher serving 59 students. Beginning band was added to the school day in Pleasanton in 1986, and I know because I signed up for it that year. As the students that started elementary school went through the grade levels, the band sizes and string sizes began to swell. While we want thriving music, the important thing for you to know tonight is all the growth of FTE savings. Note that there are no strings pictures hanging around from the 1980s. There was no strings program in Pleasanton until the year 2000. PUSD has been benefiting from that investment for 25 years. So it doesn't take long to figure out that saving 5th grade instrumental music is a win for everyone. Save the music, save the money.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Guerin, and this is Debbie Kratke, and we are teachers at Leidixon Elementary School, and we are here because Pleasanton students deserve the best. As part of the 3rd grade curriculum, students work on the genre of opinion writing. They practice listening to others, as well as expressing their point of view using both oral and written expression. Tonight, we'd like to share with you some insightful written comments from several 3rd graders at Leidixon about their time as students in their PE and science classes. I will share the PE comments, and Debbie will share the science comments. Here are 3 wonderful paragraphs written today by our students. PE is fun. It gives you a break from work and helps you be a better athlete. PE helps us be nice to friends and not discourage them. It also helps you work out and get outside and play. You do a lot of fun games, and it also helps build teamwork in games that are played as a team. The second student said, PE can get you outside, play games, practice different skills, and even make you stronger by exercising. One of my favorite PE games is called Kid Costco. You play by going on a tiny scooter that can help your skill of balance and a certain muscle in your leg that helps you go fast. After that, you get a bean bag and put it in a pile. Then you sort them into proteins, carbs, dairy, fruits, and vegetables. That helps you with learning different types of food. If we did PE only once a week, I would be devastated because I want to be outside playing games with my friends. And finally, If PE was once a week, I would be devastated. PE is good for you in many ways. Everybody needs exercise, and without it, we would probably have pain somewhere in our bodies, be really stiff, or have sore muscles. PE also builds teamwork and friendships, which makes people happy. Kids get better at sports like football, soccer, and basketball. We also get faster in relay races while also learning about the food groups. In PE, we have lots of fun working together, competing against each other, and using new sport strategies. We become happy and healthy humans, too. Without PE, we'd be weak and unhealthy. All of this proves that PE is one of the most important subjects in school. I really hope that next year students will have lots of fun in PE. It is very important, and there should be 2 days of PE per class. These are just 3 small examples that touch upon the importance of having PE twice a week from the eyes of our children, taught by a qualified PE teacher.
Here are 3 opinions written by Leidixon third graders about science. Student number 1 wrote, "If the lab was closed for first, second, and third graders, I would feel very sad because we would learn less science. In the lab, I love doing my nature journaling. We learned about clouds and worked with a team building a structure for the paper ball challenge." Student number 2 wrote, "I love my science teacher. Science lab time helps us learn, and kids might be inspired to become scientists one day. Mrs. Anderson is very nice, and she teaches us in the funnest ways. Second, science can help you. For example, if you learned which clouds give rain, you could avoid getting soaked. And lastly, kids might be inspired to be scientists one day. In fact, there are posters about the different kinds of scientists in the lab. I want to be a scientist that studies rocks like Mrs. Anderson. If the lab was closed, I'd be really, really sad." Student number 3 wrote, "Bubble, bubble, welcome to the science lab. I think it is the best place on campus. I basically live here once a week. If you love clouds, the lab is a great place to learn. I like that we do a lot of experiments. We learned how to make a cloud, and it was exciting. I always look forward to going because we always do a lot of fun and unexpected things." These 3 students clearly express the joy and love of learning directly inspired by their experiences in the science lab taught by a specialized science teacher. Cutting these programs harm our students. Pleasanton students deserve more, and they deserve the best.
So the next 3 speakers, Stacy Holder, Caitlin Anderson, and Patty Hannafy.
Good evening. I'm Stacy Holder, Science Specialist at Fairlands. Under the proposal to cut some of the elementary school science, the science lab classes will be eliminated for primary grades and potentially cut in half for 4th and 5th graders. I currently teach 28 sections of science. Next year, I would teach 7. That's not just an adjustment, that's erasure. We're told classroom teachers will take over teaching science, but in what time? Yes, we have an adopted curriculum, but adoption is not implementation. Buying materials does not equal allowing our kids to build understanding. To preserve teacher prep time, you would also shorten the school week by 45 minutes. That's not simply adjusting the bell schedule. That's reducing instructional time for children and shifting the impact to families. We are replacing the lost specialist instruction with times families now have to absorb. Will parents help their 2nd graders build cornmeal mountains and carve canyons with water drops to learn about erosion? Will they help their 1st graders design camouflaged animals to hide in a classroom that they'll return to for 5 years? Will they help their 3rd graders raise butterflies or grow plants to study life cycles? Of course not. Not because they don't care, but because they're working, commuting, doing their best, and succeeding, and trusting us to educate their children. When we remove science in grades 1 through 5 and cut 4th and 5th grade learning and shorten the day, we shift enriched learning from public education to private households. And we know that that will not affect every family equally. By eroding elementary science, we risk district-wide consequences, gaps in knowledge, blank stares instead of action, and frustration as students grapple with misconceptions we work hard to correct early. Science builds cumulatively. After our unit on forces, any third grader can tell you that without a strong foundation, anything you try and build will crumble. Wait, correction. Well, actually not any third grader, not next year's third graders, or the year after that. Under your proposal, those kids won't have these same opportunities, will they? Please make cuts far from kids. Pleasanton students deserve our best. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Caitlin Anderson. I am the science specialist at Leidixson and Walnut Grove. Our students have only one opportunity each year to experience academic, social, and emotional success. The elementary science program directly and equitably supports our students through an engaging, hands-on curriculum. We engineer gravity-defying towers. We create full-scale models of tide pool food webs. We dissect flowers and seeds and owl pellets. We build working circuits alongside building the muscle memory of doing science, observation, collecting evidence, collaboration, analysis, sharing findings. This program ensures that our most underrepresented students have access to STEM, and if this program is cut, those students will suffer the most. They certainly lose access to the science curriculum, but they also lose access to another trusted adult who is building relationships with them over their whole elementary experience. Multiple parents of shy kids over the last 3 years that I've been in PUSD have spoken to me directly about how their kids become animated when talking about going to science class. I'm thinking of one parent in particular who shared how their kid feels happy, feels seen, and confident in science, starting in that 3rd grade year, which her mom did not see before in other subjects. Now, in her 5th grade year, that student is building on her confidence continuously in science and radiating her joy into other subjects. This student represents our girls. This student represents our children of color. Without science in grades 1 through 3, we may truly lose those kids. Keep trusted adults on our campuses so our students have access to joyful learning that permeates their time at school. We can only remain an award-winning destination school district if we continue to provide our students with the enriching and supportive academic and social-emotional experience they're entitled to, because Pleasanton students deserve the best.
Good evening. First of all, I emailed all of the trustees last week, and I want to thank Trustee Carrion, Trustee Jones, and Trustee Walker for responding to my email. I do appreciate that you took the time to respond, so thank you. Pleasanton students deserve the best. If the proposed cuts are implemented, we are not just removing a subject, we are dismantling a foundation. Losing elementary science means losing the building blocks of curiosity and critical thinking, the very skills that fuel literacy and math. By cutting these programs, we are signaling to our youngest learners that understanding how the world works is no longer a priority. Beyond the data, there is the profound human cost. For many science students, their science teacher is their trusted adult, the mentor who sparks their passion and keeps them engaged in school. Eliminating these positions erases years of institutional knowledge and the staff members who truly know each child's individual needs. Our long-term connection with students from 1st through 5th grade provides a complete picture of their development. When consistency vanishes, we see behavioral changes because students no longer feel known or seen. This also creates a dangerous operational reality. When we lose staff who have taught the same children for years, we lose vital knowledge of student dynamics, such as which students should not be placed together. Without this institutional memory, we risk creating unstable environments for both students and staff. It's baffling that a curriculum director would claim that these losses have little or no impact. Please do not trust that assertion. We have profound impact on every student, and these cuts will have lasting repercussions. I know I'm out of time. I'm sorry. I was at Outdoor Ed today. I had 2 naturalists come to me and said, I'm so glad you came today because your students are phenomenal. Their knowledge of science, and more importantly, how they discord in science. When I ask them to turn and talk, they turn and talk, and they're talking about science. That's because of the science lab. That's because of what we do. Our kids know science, and they know how to be scientists, and we're going to lose that.
The next three speakers, Rachel Ensler, Brian Campanati, and Paul Stewart.
Okay. Hi, I'm Rachel Ensler. I'm so angry. I have so much angry energy in my body, which is how I teach my students to speak about their feelings. And you ask us to carry more and more and more, and you take away more and more and more, and that is hurting our students. You've heard from so many people tonight about how these cuts are directly harming our students' academic experiences. And you know that. You know that's what's happening. And so I'm going to focus on asking you to do better math. Do better math. Go back, as Michelle said, and get rid of this list and make a new list that does better by our students. Don't cut our intervention specialists who on a daily basis are touching every student that they can at our sites on a daily basis, and they're catching them before they fall into the deep, dark hole. I'm asking you not to take away our PE specialists and our music specialists and our science specialists, because these people directly impact our students and our specialists. I'm not a science specialist. I'm not a PE specialist. I'm a pretty darn good second grade teacher, and I do really well at my job, but I'm not them, and I can't do their job. And the minute you take them away and ask me to now cover the Ed Code mandated minutes, I'm not going to do what they do, and I'm going to ask you, what am I dropping from what I teach now? Because I can't do it all in the minutes you've now given me, and I'm going to have to cover what they do. And now what I'm doing is not the great stuff I'm doing with my kiddos, and I'm not going to be able to do what they do. And now we're mitigating and no longer providing the high quality education that we do for our students. It's not okay. This time for our students cannot be brought back. We can't make it up. And we're impacting the foundational instruction of certainly primary elementary, and we're certainly harming our upper elementary as they prepare to get ready for the CASP testing that we set so much store by. This is not best practices for our students. What happened to Kids Come First, our old motto? Where did that go? This is not okay. I am imploring you to do better at your job because you're in charge. Go back and fix it before it's too late, because Pleasanton students deserve the best, and this is not it.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brian Campiati, and I'm speaking on behalf of the PE Elementary PE Specialist. We believe that Pleasanton students deserve the best, and I know that you do too, because you have continued to prioritize specialists, and in particular, PE specialists. Contrary to popular belief, we PE teachers teach more than just rolling out the balls and making kids run laps, so much more. In a world where cardiovascular disease is a leading cause of death, we teach students about their heart and how to keep it strong with proper diet and exercise. In a world where mental health is becoming an epidemic, we teach students the joy of movement, recreation, and how to release stress in healthy and productive ways. In a world where healthcare costs are becoming exponentially expensive, we teach students preventative medicine, such as foundational nutrition, hydration, and strong bones and muscles through various exercises and workouts. In a world where isolation and remote work is encouraged, we teach students to be part of a team, that each person belongs and brings something special to that team that makes it better and unique. In a world where those of differing opinions refuse to hear and talk to each other, we teach students how to share and listen to ideas, to justify their position, to problem solve, conflict resolution, and to be curious by asking questions when others differ from them. In a world where the largest companies cannot find enough creative workers, we teach students to explore with equipment they've never used and create their own dances. We challenge them to take risks like climbing a rock wall for the first time or going across the monkey bars, and to create strategies in dynamic environments that push the boundaries and rules to create advantage and leverage. And finally, in a world where technology and screen time is a constant source of temptation and distraction for our youth, we offer students something different, a gateway into their innate yet forgotten desire to move, play, laugh, create, and have fun, to be seen, heard, and known. Pleasanton students deserve the best. They deserve your best. Please take a moment to reconsider if cutting elementary PE is the right move or the easy one. Will you perpetuate these problems, or will you help to be part of the solution? Thank you.
As you know, or as I assume you know, that in elementary school, children are to receive 200 minutes of physical education every 2 weeks. That is by Ed Code. Myself and my cohorts here, we cover 90 of those minutes every week. Teachers are supposed to pick up 10 minutes. But if you take one of those away, the simple math means that teachers now need to get 55 minutes a week. That doesn't count 4-day weeks like this week. Or what would a teacher have done this week when it was raining every single day? And as my colleague Rachel Ensler said 2 speakers ago, they don't have the time. More is on their plate. They do not have the time. It's not going to work. There is an advocacy group called Cal 200 that checks on school districts to make sure that they're doing their 200 minutes. And when I say advocacy group, they're a legal group. They like to sue. They've sued many school districts because they're not getting in their minutes. And again, we don't have the time. We won't be in compliance. We don't have the time. I don't think that's a good idea to go down that path. One of the great things about physical education is that we can get students sometimes that are English language learners. And for most of their day, they're struggling. Thank goodness we have Google Translate that really helps out. But it's a struggle. I couldn't imagine being in their shoes. But for 90 minutes, they get to come to us. And even though they're maybe not understanding what we're saying, they get to copy other students and they get to figure it out. And it's a release for them for 90 minutes. I was going to come up here and say, redo the list, but I like what my colleague Michelle Verkeilen said much earlier tonight. Just scrap the whole list. That's the better idea, because the list is junk. Sorry.
So the next 3 speakers, Christine Nystrom, Cheryl Pachenko, and Amanda Sirachi. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a parent. My son's a junior at Amador. My daughter graduated last year. I'm also a former Roadrunner, Harvest Park Warrior, and Amador Don. I am one of the parents on the LCAC committee. We're focused on supporting vulnerable students. We have some very serious achievement gaps here in Pleasanton that fall along marginalized student groups with associated culture and racism implications. Please keep cuts away from these students whose parents aren't able to make up for it. Among the list of your $5 million in cuts that you're looking at today, you have a lot of LCAP items on there, including the parent liaison, social worker, intervention, and RIS. All of these supports are specifically meant for students that fall into the LCAP population, that are our marginalized students. And just to recap, because I've said it so many times. African American students in PUSD perform below the state average in both ELA and math. We have declines over the past year for African American students, Hispanic students, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, homeless students, all while certain populations continue to improve academically. I know that tonight you're going to be prioritizing all of the items that are on this $5 million list, and all of them are so very, very important. And I know that as a parent that has gone through this school district, and I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty happy I'm going to be done in about a year and a half. Our high-achieving students will continue to be high-achieving. Their parents have the resources, the availability, the interest, and the energy to ensure that their students achieve. However, the students who are already struggling will continue to struggle. They will suffer more disproportionately than the other student groups. Please think about that. Think about what equity, justice, what that means to you. Think about the students who have spoken here and the parents that have spoken that are African American parents that are talking about the culture that exists here that their children are dealing with, and then just how can we support them? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Pacheco. I'm the head counselor at Amador Valley High School, and I wanted to update you on some information from the last time I came to present. So for this school year, counselors have processed 521 outside course requests to add outside courses to the transcript. We have done 29 risk or suicide assessments for students. Last year, for the whole school year, we had 23. So we already have more now than we had all last school year. We've done 163 504 meetings. We have written 512 letters of recommendation. We have had 1,179 counselor visits with students so far this school year. We've done study skill presentations to 9th graders in December before their first finals. We've done referrals for students that need credit recovery for Saturday Academy and B period. We processed schedule changes for second semester, hosted a scholarship fair with our local organizations that are offering scholarships to our students during lunch and during access. We had classroom presentations on course selections, grad requirements, and college admissions for grades 9 through 11 in their English classes. That was a total of 61 classroom presentations. We hosted access workshops and tabled during lunch to answer questions about course selections. We also hosted 2 evening events for parents, one for raising 9th graders and one for our current 9th through 11th graders. We've been scholarshiping yearbooks with the help of PTSA for our seniors in need, as well as junior prom tickets, and with the help of PTSA grad night. I have a long list, so I won't go through all of it. I'll email you the rest of it because I know that we're short on time. But I just want to make sure that everyone knows that the students need their counselors. And that with one less counselor, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to do all of this. Pleasanton students deserve the best. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Sirachi, and I'm the intervention specialist speaking on behalf of our team. We know Pleasanton students deserve the best. Beyond providing small group intervention support for K-5 students each and every day, intervention specialists facilitate crucial functions that support students and staff. Intervention specialists work with students in every single classroom at every site. Our work is a preventative model. We don't wait for students to fail. We catch them at the first sign of faltering. We use Dibbles assessments, which we proctor 3 times a year for every K-5 student. Students who receive our support are assessed again at regular intervals to monitor progress for RTI. This ensures instruction is adjusted in real time. Without this role, struggling students will fall through the cracks because no one is there to catch the decline before it becomes a crisis. Intervention specialists work with every single teacher at every site. Equipped with DIBELS data, we lead grade level meetings using an extensive data talk protocol. We identify specific literacy deficits, set growth goals, and build the instructional plan. We design the MTSS strategies for the entire grade level. If you remove the intervention specialist, you aren't just losing one person. You are losing the power that drives data-informed instruction for every teacher at every site. Intervention specialists work with administrators and special education providers as a bridge between general and special education. We attend weekly cost meetings and support the referral process to advocate for our most vulnerable students. We are the stakeholders who are aware of classroom and pull-out interventions and student improvement plan goals and structures. Without the intervention specialist, that vital line of communication is silenced. Budgets are about priorities, and by keeping the intervention specialists, you are prioritizing a system that is proactive, data-driven, and collaborative among all stakeholders. Keep our specialists in the budget so we can keep our students on track. We know that Pleasanton students deserve the best. Thank you.
So next we have student Antonio, and then Marina.
Hello, my name is Antonio. I am a school. My school is Donlin. I am in 3rd grade. Now that you've heard a lot of adults, hear a kid that actually goes to school. First of all, science is important to me because in my future career I might use it. Second, we learn many fascinating things in science. Currently, we are studying clouds and formations. PE is also important to me. As you can notice, I'm wearing my soccer jersey. Many people can't do outside sports. That is why PE is such a great opportunity for some people. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina. Hi everyone, my name is Marina. I'm a Donlin school mom. I'm Antonio's mom. And when I told him first that science and PE were on the line again, he's like, "Mom, we need to go. Like, we have to change that." And I explained to Antonio that the budget cuts, they need to happen. We understand that. We are on the same page. What it matters for us, the community, is how you do those cuts. We've been talking about that a long time now, but what we feel is we are talking about cuts, and we are not looking to the future. Like, how are we preventing having the same situation the next year? Like, what are you doing to bring more revenue? Because the budget is not going to show up. There is no miracle. So why I'm here to ask you again to preserve those programs that are so important for our schools, like science and PE. And again, I'm one of those moms that only moved to Pleasanton because of the good schools. I am one of those moms that might consider changing my kids to a private school if the schools are not good, because I care about my kids a lot. So you don't want to lose working parents like me in the community by making bad choices. And cutting science and PE is a very bad choice. Thank you.
Next we have Lisa Hopkins, Shannon Heller, and Tina Wagner.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lisa Hopkins. I teach 1st grade at Fairlands. I'm here tonight to talk about my continued disappointment in the choices being made to solve the ever-present fiscal crisis within this district. The fact that the top solution is to take away more from students and teachers is just so maddening. No music, PE, or science lab for elementary kids, or a variation of that loss is a horrible choice. Some students only look forward to their specials and give them a reason to come to school, and we know that these are important parts of a child's experience at school. The intervention specialists are a vital part of supporting the neediest students at the developmental stage when it's most appropriate to offer them extra support. These teachers are not expendable. They are essential to helping make a real difference in the educational futures of the students that they see. You asked for out-of-the-box ideas to save or find money, and you were given a very doable solution. This district office should be rented out to a business that can actually afford this luxury. And the people who sit in here can sit in the rooms that are available at every single site due to lower enrollment. The excuse given for why not to do this was that it would be an inconvenience for the people in this building. An inconvenience to house people who do all their work on a computer and could meet via Zoom and travel to in-person meetings at different sites. Would that just be too much? I don't know. An inconvenience to have extra adults on campuses who are in dire need of extra bodies to support the myriad needs and expectations that bog every one of our campuses down. An inconvenience for the people making such big decisions to have to actually see what is happening on the campuses. It makes no sense. And we are all inconvenienced by the other solutions proposed. Teachers and students would be very inconvenienced by the loss of specialists. Why are we always making teachers and students be the ones who are inconvenienced? Why is someone who lost $6.7 million not inconvenienced by his problem? Why is everything this board decides to do on the backs of the people who make the school district great? Our students and teachers deserve better, they deserve the best, and I agree. Throw that list out. Thank you.
So next is Lisa Hopkins. Oh, sorry, Shannon Heller. Tina Wagner.
I'm sick, so we're going to do the best that we can here. I don't normally sound like this. My name is Shannon Heller, and I'm extremely concerned with the proposed cuts. I am a PUSD alum, a Livermore parent, a high school teacher at Amador Valley, and an adjunct professor at Cal State East Bay with my spare time as a full-time teacher and parent to 2 elementary school kids. Thursday nights, I am normally teaching future reading specialists, but how lucky am I that I get to be here tonight instead of hanging out with my family? So, I'm sure you've heard about what's been happening in Livermore Valley, by the way. It's not pretty there either. And I've spoken on the same topic, money, and how to properly manage a budget. And in full disclosure, I took the least number of math classes possible to earn my AA, my BA, and my master's. However, $11.6 million is a lot of money to fall short on. And I don't understand how we got here. Why are our students being so heavily impacted? Cutting counselors. We've already done that. And now our counselors are somewhere between, I believe, 450 and 500 students each. And we've heard about the mental health crisis that's happening. Yep. Cutting services for our most vulnerable students. Social workers, parent liaisons, intervention specialists, child welfare and attendance specialists. Again, this whole mental health problem, we're getting rid of the people who can help with this. Phasing out outdoor ed. My family didn't move to Pleasanton until I was in the 6th grade because in 1966, I wanted to go to outdoor ed. I stayed in Fremont. Then we moved here. You are taking something away that these science teachers are getting them prepared for the real world experience that they deserve to have. I echo the request to trash this harmful list and keep any necessary cuts away from our Pleasanton students that deserve the best.
Good evening, President McCaughey and trustees, Dr. Geisel, cabinet in our community. My name is Tina Wagner, 23 years, Pleasanton, proud parent of 3 former Pleasanton students, current PUSD elementary classroom teacher. And I came here to respectfully urge you to not cut the funding for these essential programs. And I have a fabulous speech planned, but it's all been said. But my name got called, so I had to come up. It's all about how we have won so many awards in Pleasanton, and realtors use those rankings and property values, and they attract families to our community that enhance our community, invest in our community. And it's all about how these other programs are structural supports, kind of like in a building. And if you pull those down, the integrity's gone and it starts to crumble, and it's almost impossible to rebuild that. But the 2 things that I really want to say are, for so many students, and I watch this every day, these programs are where they feel particularly engaged and capable and inspired in ways that they don't feel elsewhere. And in an era of increasing social emotional needs, these other programs, they're essential to our dedication to serving every student to fidelity. And the second thing I want to say is sometimes when we end a story in my classroom, I'll tell the students, just forget that that ending even exists. Just let it go, forget that it exists. Think outside the box, as you've heard. Get creative. Stretch your thinking. What would you come up with? How would you end the story? And they come up with some really good stuff. So I beseech you, please forget that whole thing exists, that all of those programs, cutting them, just forget that that's even an option. Take it off the table. Stretch your thinking, think outside the box, get creative. When you have an absence of that, you have to find something, and you guys can do it. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your time. Pleasanton students deserve the best. Thank you.
So the next are Frank Ruzich, Beth Thompson, and Sujing Wang.
Good evening. My name is Frank Ruzich. I'm a parent and a fellow scientist and engineer. My wife coordinates dinner with a scientist at Valley View Elementary. We're deeply invested in science education. I'm here today to voice our concern about potential cuts to the science program. Engaging students in science at an early age, in our opinion, shouldn't be optional. We think it's truly foundational. Our children are growing up in interesting times where the immediate future will be shaped by artificial intelligence and rapid technology advancement. Again, scientific literacy shouldn't be a luxury for our children. It's a necessity. Our family, we have twin daughters in grade 2, our sons in grade 3, have all seen firsthand how this specific science program engages students with passion and interest. They've all gone home excited to try experiments they learned in class, and often discuss topics like cloud formations and other science topics that pique their interest. That curiosity doesn't happen by accident. It comes from the strong, consistent, and passionate science instruction. Natalie Dyer is not only highly qualified to teach science, she's also genuinely caring. She personally communicated with us when our son faced challenges in class, showing both expertise and compassion, which is a rare combination. Valley View is a Title I school. For many students, school is their primary and often only access to programs like this. Cutting or reducing the science program would disproportionately impact students who cannot afford extracurricular learning outside of school. We were genuinely shocked that a program led by our only science teacher for the entire school is even being considered for a reduction. The growth, engagement, and need clearly show that we should be expanding this program, not cutting it. If we truly believe children are the future, we must invest in the programs that prepare them. Preserving science at Valley View Elementary and others is about equity, opportunity, and long-term student success for all children like the 3 of mine that are here tonight in support. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Members of the board, parents and educators, I stand before you today with a deep sense of urgency, conviction, and quite honestly, exasperation. I am, once again, urging you to reconsider your actions for the sake of our children and for the future of our community. What baffles me most is how we seem to be overlooking the long-term consequences of these decisions. Are we truly supposed to believe that stripping opportunities now is not going to have a ripple effect later on? Specialists in art, music, PE and science provide our students with opportunities to discover their passions, build confidence and develop vital skills beyond the basics of reading, writing and arithmetic. Removing these professionals would strip our students of experiences that shape them as well-rounded individuals. An issue that seems to be frequently and quite conveniently overlooked is that our students will actively learn instruction time with the loss of these specialists. Not only that, but the quality of education that they do receive will be drastically reduced. Teachers are not magicians. Asking them to do more with less is frankly insulting. Excuse me, I'm very nervous. Something that many of us are struggling to understand is what effort has gone into revenue generation in this past year. We assume that there must be some and that you're not only relying on cuts, but we haven't heard about it. And as you can imagine, this doesn't inspire much confidence. And this is especially problematic when we are supposed to put our trust in your ability to secure the best for our children when it's blatantly obvious that chronic mismanagement has played a huge role in this situation. How many times have all of us heard the phrase one-time COVID funding? How many times can we hear the phrase one time and not be utterly bewildered that we seem to understand what these words mean, but you don't? There was obviously no plan in place for when the fund inevitably ran out, and a we'll see how it goes attitude was in place, much like now, when you're blithely weighing these issues and you do not know what the long-term consequences are. Let us not sacrifice our children's potential for short-term budget solutions. Let us invest in our children so that they might lead us to a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sujin Huang. I am a former PUSD parent and a former president of the Amador Friends of Music. I'm here again to support keeping fifth grade band and strings. As I speak, we have a lot of middle school and high schoolers heading to all Northern Honor Band. So that's you audition for these for this band and just for the all Northern schools. And PUSD is like shining bright. In the high school jazz program, they have 17 kids. And of the 17, 4 are from PUSD. That is 24%. And I'm pretty sure that most of them did fifth grade band. Of the 109 middle school students, there are 25 who are from PUSD. That is 24%. And I'm pretty sure all these kids did fifth grade band. Of the 86 high schoolers, there are 18 coming from PUSD. That's 20%. And furthermore, our own Jonathan Grantham, the Amador Valley Band Director, was invited to conduct the all Northern Honors Middle School Band. So PUSD is shining bright. And this is because we have great programs like fifth grade band, where 95% of fifth graders have the opportunity to pick up an instrument. Another example, Campana Jazz Festival, started in 1920 by Jim Campana at Amador Valley High School. We just had the festival this year. 25 schools came, 50 groups competed, and it was fabulous. And again, thanks to fifth grade band, our 2 middle schools came in top 3 for the middle school division, and one of our high schools came in top 3, and if Amador had scored, they would have also come in top 3, all because most of them did 5th grade band. So I just ask you to reconsider what is excellent, keeping the students and the staff, helping them to be the best that they can be, because they are the best. Thank you.
Next, we have Renee Culver, Thomas Choi, and Stephen Dotra.
Good evening. I'll start by inviting you guys to stand up and stretch around just like we would our kids in our classes if you need to refocus and get a little more energy in there. My name is Renee Culver. I'm a parent of a high school and middle school student. Both are athletes, both are musicians, in part thanks to our PUSD music and PE programs. I am fatigued, and I'm sure you are as well, by so many things in life right now, and I find myself on the emotional edge more often than I think reasonable. I am a former biologist in a corporate situation, a former science specialist, and I sub currently at PUSD at all the school levels, so I have a limited but wide vision into our schools. One of these reasons that I am fatigued is the idea that our community's children are losing more educational benefits. It is frustrating. The difficulty in understanding how we got here financially, how the district budgets in general, and how different aspects of our schools are funded by different buckets of money is confusing and beyond doing well by most members of the public, and that is frustrating. I have protest fatigue. How this is being strung out, the cuts, the decisions, the discussions, and simultaneously chopping so many programs at once, which seems so fast, is frustrating. I don't see how you can ask us this evening to take apart talking about the budget and about these programs. That's the only thing that is in this budget. So I'll start with science. If science, music, and PE at the elementary level go away, you have already tasked our teachers to the limit. They will be left to add even more to their responsibilities. Also, I can imagine your enrollment issue being exacerbated with many going to charter or private schools for some of these benefits. I have never said, wow, we need less science literacy. That knowledge and confidence is cumulative. If the social and emotional counselors are eliminated, however, I see a real risk to lives. You may say that academic counselors will pick up that task, but in reality, those counselors barely have time to work with their 450 limit students, especially at the most demanding times of the year. Getting an appointment with an academic counselor, I can tell you from experience, is less and less easy. A child who is so down that they can't leave their room, children who do not know what to do with anger, kids contemplating extreme measures to try to end those problems, children dealing with tragedies that occurred within their sphere and don't know what to do. These are all real situations that I have heard about or witnessed within the last few days. Our community can't tolerate that kind of loss for this kind of cost. Do not remove these critical counselors from our schools, and please go back and redo the math.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Choi. I'm a district parent. I'm also an attorney. I wish to address the due prioritization exercise being conducted tonight. While I recognize the difficult task before you, the current approach to ranking tonight's list of reductions raises serious concerns regarding procedural compliance and fiscal transparency. The prioritization exercise being introduced tonight represents a significant departure from the process this board legally adopted. On September 25th, 2025, this board adopted the resolution titled Fiscal Solvency. This resolution specifically mandated that the board provide final direction on budget reductions no later than December 4, 2025. Today, it is now February 19th, and the board is effectively reopening that direction by assigning new weights and rankings to programs. By shifting the rules 3 months past your own deadline, you are creating a procedural irregularity. Under California administrative law, a government body must adhere to its own adopted resolutions. A sudden change to the decision-making process this late in the cycle could be viewed as arbitrary and capricious, which is a legal standard used to invalidate actions that lack a consistent and reasoned basis. The arbitrary nature of this exercise is glaringly apparent when you look at the district's own stated goals. The district has clearly communicated that increasing enrollment through targeted outreach, particularly for TK, and lowering truancy are crucial priorities driven by our current fiscal challenges. These goals are explicitly codified in District Goal 6 and Goal 2 of the LCAP. However, the cuts being implemented today directly undermine these priorities by removing the very support structures meant to attract and retain families to our district. I was at Hearst Elementary this morning at 11:30 a.m. for my weekly volunteer shift and discovered that staff, including those on tonight's list, who directly impact these two strategic goals of the district, were already being informed today that they will be receiving their pink slips tonight. What message is that sent to families when the district cuts the exact positions designed to set our most vulnerable and youngest students up for success? Furthermore, what is the justification for issuing these notices weeks ahead of the March 15th statutory deadline before this board has even conducted its public vote tonight? The board must explain the evidentiary basis for deprioritizing these high-need services. Rushing to re-rank 24 different line items creates a high risk of error and potential due process violations for the impacted staff. Finally, I ask the board to consider the legal consequences of proceeding with tonight's list, especially in view of the strong opposition from the community that's shown tonight. If the district moves forward with these reductions in a way that violates its own resolutions and state funding laws, it invites legal escalation. There are legal avenues to compel the district to follow its legally adopted procedures. The cost of defending such challenges would only deepen our fiscal crisis. The community expects the board to meet its fiduciary duty by maintaining the required 3% reserves through a process that is legally sound, but more importantly, transparent and fair to the community. I urge you thus to reconsider the current prioritization and ensure that no restricted funds are being improperly managed, and to address the unrestricted deficit in a way that is fair to the community and to our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Dutra. I guess today's meeting is mostly about having a backup plan, which I guess is prudent. I guess what's also prudent is listening to parents and teachers. So I've been here before. I've implored the board to push the staff to get more creative with the list that we're talking about. And that hasn't happened. We're back here with the same old list. And so I guess what I have to do is get more explicit about what actually matters. So what I would rather see is, instead of reading specialists get cut, I'd rather see higher up staff at the district level get cut. Instead of science teachers get cut, maybe we negotiate the salaries of our superintendent staff. Actually, if you think about it, if we can't afford to have reading specialists or science specialists or social workers or any of the other ones being considered to be cut, maybe we can't afford to have 3 assistant superintendents. Now, I take no pleasure in saying that. That's not fun. But what I say to the board is, every dollar that you save that's not on the list, that's the current list, would be a giant win for the students. And I want the students to be winners, and so should you. So let's make them that. So please, again, let's look at the list. I know we're in the fourth quarter, preferably. We're at the deadline. We're getting close. It's on you guys, because it's not going to come from staff now. It's on you guys to come up with new solutions. So please, and thank you.
Okay, Jenka Liverpool, Rayma Mysork, and Leona Jen.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Jenica Liverpool. I'm back for a third time. Lovely to see everyone. I wasn't originally going to speak because I'm sure you all know my story by now. Moved here, military family from Florida, did a bunch of research on schools, picked Pleasanton. My child's at Donlin, but I wanted to show you consistency. You know, this is the third meeting that I've spoke at. We're not going away. We, as parents in Pleasanton, have been put into a position where we feel like we have to fight for our children's education. And anytime parents feel like they have to fight for their kids, of course they're going to fight for their kids. So we're not going away. We want to be heard. We deserve to be heard. So please hear us now, or respectfully hear us at the ballot box. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ramya, and I'm a parent. I have two kids in PUSD, one in Foothill High and one in Donlon Elementary. First, let me talk about PE. If anyone asks my first grader what his favorite subject is, it's PE, and so is it with his friends. One of the reasons he looks forward to going to school is PE. In fact, if we could do a survey right now for just the elementary kids about their favorite subject, I'm sure it would be PE. It's not just about fun, it's also about teamwork, discipline, mental health, and among many other advantages it has. I don't want my first grader to come home and ask me why his favorite subject was taken away from the school curriculum. So PE is as important as any other subject and should never be considered for a cut. Okay, now coming to science. Last year, I volunteered for the Donlin Science Fair project. My God, I was amazed to see the creativity, talent, enthusiasm, and such curious minds. Kids from TK and Kinder had come up with such great projects and inspired my first grader to learn about science and take part in such science fairs. I personally, coming from a tech background, and with all the AI thing happening right now, this much I can say, the future is science. The earlier science is introduced to the kids, there are better chances of having more curious minds in the future. So it's a sincere request that PE and science should never be considered for this or in fact any future budget cuts. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Leona Ju and I've been part of the Pleasanton Unified School District for the last 12 years of my life. I went to Moore Elementary School, Harvest Park Middle School, and I'm currently a junior at Amador Valley High School. And I wasn't originally planning on coming here today and speaking, but I did because, well, I was originally here to report on the budget cuts because I'm part of the journalism program. But after hearing from all of our educators and even some of the kids here today, I feel like I just have to speak out because the moment I saw what you guys were planning to cut from the budget, I was appalled because those are the very same programs that shaped my entire childhood. As a part of Amador Valley Symphony Orchestra, I started playing the violin with the very same 5th grade music program that you are planning to cut. I have made friends along the way and I've had the absolute joy of experiencing making music at times where it doesn't seem like things are going to get better. And I'd like to speak for myself and also my 2 younger brothers both of which are a part of the music program as well. I'd like to give 2 shout outs to people who were previously here, but I think they left. Sherilyn Boris and Mr. Jason Boris. Sherilyn Boris taught my little brother Leonard in elementary school. She taught him music, and she made the most annoying person in my life somehow manage to sing happy songs in the shower. Mr. Boris currently teaches my brother in concert band right now, and because of him, there is always a consistent stream of saxophone music coming out of my house, as much, however annoying it can be. I'm still glad that it's there. And I might not be able to bond with my brothers for a lot of things, but bonding with them over the joy the music program brings to us is what brings us together, and it's why you should keep the music program. It's one of the most successful programs in the entire district, okay? As part of the orchestra, I've had the absolute joy of competing in multiple competitions and actually seeing us win because we are that good, because people start playing their instruments at such an early age. We are able to be successful as a program, and I think it's not good for you to take that away from us. And moving on to the specialized programs in our elementary schools, who would I be without the days I spent in the science lab looking at fish raising literal chicks in the classroom, learning about my eyeballs and erosion, and making colorful explosions out of nothing, and shuddering at that fake skeleton in the corner day by day. And who would I be without the physical education program, where I would chase my friends around the field in a game of rocks and actually experience the childhood that is increasingly being taken away from us as screens become more prevalent in our classrooms. By taking away the elementary school PE program, you are taking away the one opportunity that students have these days to take their eyes off these screens. I remember when I was in elementary school in the pre-COVID era, Chromebooks were an extremely rare thing. We would have computer lab days, and those were the only times we were able to actually, have access to Google Docs and whatnot. But nowadays, I can only see my brothers staring at Chromebooks. All my assignments are on Google Classroom, and it is imperative for elementary schoolers specifically to have that outside playtime, because physical education is important for bonding, it's important for socializing, it's important for interacting with each other, and it's not good that you're taking that opportunity away from these kids. And finally, as a student who has been in PUSD for the last 12 years, I can proudly say that every single thing that our educators have come up and said today is all 100% true. I owe every fiber of my success, my academic success, my extracurricular success to all of these teachers. And for you guys to take this funding away for these same teachers and for these same programs that built me up to make me who I am is just unfair. I ask for you to please reconsider the damage that you are doing with these budget cuts. Thank you.
So our last three speakers, Jennifer Yu, Mohit Pendaji, and Jasmine Torres.
My name is Mohit, and I am in 5th grade at Hearst Elementary, and this is my brother, Mihir. He goes to kindergarten also at Hearst Elementary. I want to share why science, PE, and music are important to students like me. In science, we don't just read. We explore, experiment, and learn how the world works. Science makes us curious and helps us think about future jobs like engineers, doctors, and inventors. PE helps us stay healthy and active. It gives us a break from sitting all day and helps us focus better when we go back to class. It also teaches teamwork and good sportsmanship. Music, like band and strings, helps us express our feelings and be creative. Not every student is the same. Some kids shine in music, even if other subjects are hard for them. Music makes school more joyful. These programs are not extras. They help us grow our brains, our bodies, and our confidence. Please protect science, music, and PE for all students in the PUSD.
Pleasanton students deserve the best.
I'm going to raise this a little higher, sorry. Good evening, my name is Jennifer Yu. This is my 9th year as a support counselor at Amador Valley High School. I'm joined as well with my fellow counselors. I'm here once again to ask you to protect our students by keeping budget cuts away from programs and services that directly impact our students. While I understand that financial pressures facing the district, reducing counseling staff would have consequences that extend far beyond simple staffing numbers. On paper, it may look like our counselor caseload ratios appear manageable and that we're now just allocating the numbers of counselors to realign with the established ratio of 450 to 1 per our collective bargaining unit agreement. However, those new realigned numbers are misleading because they include the support counselor role, a role that does not carry a designated caseload. A support counselor does not have an assigned caseload of students. Instead, that role exists to respond to crises, support overflow needs, assist with mental health interventions, and provide social and emotional school-wide support wherever and whenever it is needed. The value of that position is not reflected in a traditional caseload count. I know my team values me and my role, but we will inevitably have to make the tough decision of whether we keep that role, if that means everyone else on the team has to increase their caseloads, if the district is reducing counselors to simply realign to the established agreed upon ratio of 450 students to 1 counselor. When we calculate caseloads as if every counselor carries a defined roster, we create the illusion that the system can absorb cuts. In reality, eliminating or reducing counselor positions would shift hundreds of students onto already full caseloads. The work currently handled by a support counselor would not disappear. It would be redistributed to staff who are already at capacity. And counselor capacity is not simply about numbers, it's about relationships, prevention, and responsiveness. When caseloads increase, time per student decreases. Preventative work gives way to crisis management. Access becomes limited. Response time grows longer. We know that students today are facing unprecedented levels of stress, anxiety, and social challenges. Cutting counseling support sends the wrong message at the wrong time. The workload remains, but the people available to carry it out are fewer. That is not sustainable. Strong counseling departments are not an extra. They are an essential part of the educational framework. Pleasanton students deserve the best.
Alrighty. Good evening, all. I'm Jasmine Torres. I'm the academic counselor and EL counselor at Amador Valley High School. I'm also here again tonight speaking to everyone here on the board to urge you to protect our students by keeping budget cuts away from programs and services that directly impact our students. We're asking you to prioritize teaching and learning by investing in our students in front of us tonight. I wanted to point out the concern, like my colleague Jennifer, you just mentioned, about the cuts to secondary counselors, proposing a cut to counselors from high school and 0.6 of school counselors from the middle school. My ask is to reverse this action and bring back counselors as soon as possible, because to lose amazing people would be a huge loss for students. Each year, counselors are proposed to be cut, and it's a shame that in 2 years ago at Amador Valley, we lost 1.8 in counselors. Students deserve to have the same counselor for all 4 years of high school. It's essential to building meaningful and supportive relationships, and it's vital to their academic success, social emotional well-being, college and career planning, and overall lifelong growth. Touching on that as the humane point of view, but also why counselors should not be cut, like Ms. Jennifer Yu mentioned, points of confusion that they're proposing a cut 2.0 of high school counselors to get us closer to the staffing ratio of 450 to 1. But at both high schools, we consist of academic counselors and 1 support counselor. The support counselor role does not have an alpha caseload, but if we do lose another counselor from each site, caseloads will go up another 100 students for each academic counselor. That would make it even harder to address the needs of the students academically, but also social emotionally. And stretching everyone thin would just be less access to counselors. So I urge the school board members to find alternate creative solutions to keep the cuts away directly from school sites that impact students. We can only remain an award-winning destination school district if we continue to provide students with the enriching and supportive academic and social emotional experience that they deserve, because Pleasanton students deserve the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speaker cards? That
One more, Margaret Surridge.
Hello. My name is Margaret Surridge, and I am one of the Child Welfare and Attendance Specialists.
There are only 3 of us serving every school site in PUSD. 3 people supporting thousands of students and families across our community. Attendance work is often misunderstood as simply running reports and sending truancy letters. That barely scratches the surface of what we do. Yes, we do review attendance data, but we go far beyond the numbers. We study patterns, we look for trends. We notice when a student who is thriving suddenly begins missing a particular school day. We notice when absences follow a particular class. We notice when tardies increase. Patterns tell stories, and we take the time to look closely at those stories. Behind every attendance report is a child. Behind every absence is a reason. Some reasons are medical, some are mental health. Some involve housing instability, family conflict, transportation challenges, bullying, academic overwhelm, grief, fear. Every family story is different. Every student is unique. We conduct home visits. We meet families where they are, sometimes literally on their doorstep. We connect them to counseling, community agencies, transportation solutions, health services, and academic support specific to their needs. We sit at kitchen tables with parents who feel defeated, confused, or overwhelmed, and we help them feel supported rather than judged. We organize and facilitate attendance meetings. We develop attendance action plans. We coordinate with administrators, counselors, teachers, nurses, outside agencies. We follow up again and again because meaningful change does not happen after one meeting. We are relationship builders. We are investigators. We are fact finders, and we are connectors. Strong attendance does not happen by accident. It happens because someone is watching carefully, intervening early, and refusing to let students quietly disappear. When students attend school consistently, they access instruction, build peer relationships, develop responsibility and discipline, increase their chances of graduating, prepare themselves successfully for life beyond high school. Attendance is the foundation of all academic success. Without it, nothing else works. With only 3 specialists supporting the entire district, I ask you to consider, how can we afford not to keep these positions? The cost of chronic absenteeism, academically, socially, and financially, far exceeds the cost of prevention. Our work is preventative, it's relational, and strategic. We help protect instructional time, strengthen family partnerships, and sustain the strong attendance rates our district values. We do this work quietly. We do it consistently, and we do it because we believe every child deserves someone who will look beyond the numbers and ask what's really going on. I respectfully ask that you preserve all 3 child welfare and attendance specialist positions so we can continue supporting students, strengthening families, and protecting equitable access to education for every child in PUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any others? Okay, so procedurally, just to remind the trustees, we're looking for comments. We're going to approve this board action for the remaining reductions totaling $5.02 million. Then staff will do a short presentation in regards to some questions that have been asked in the last board meeting. And then we'll go through the next activity, which is the majority of the time that we need to designate in terms of the rescinding order for positions. So with that said, comments at this time, or if you have a question based upon something that came.
I think you need to formally close public comments.
Well, that too. Sorry. Yes, we'll officially, well, we're doing multiple actions in this meeting, but yes, we'll close public comment. Okay, so with that, comments, please. Yes, Trustee Gorsuch.
I have a lot of things that I want to say, so I wrote them down. I'm gonna be like a little bit vulnerable about some of these topics, especially when it comes to counselors in the district. I throughout my whole education, I struggled a lot with my mental health, especially throughout high school. And some of these counselors, for me, have given me advice and been these like lifelines for me and for a lot of my friends. And this isn't just, you know, kids who are anxious in the classroom, or maybe they're, you know, feeling sad and they don't want to go to school. I've had friends who have attempted suicide who have spoken with these counselors. I'm saying a lot. Friends who have self-harmed in the last couple weeks. Friends who are struggling with eating disorders, really bad anxiety, depression. And these support counselors help students to survive and thrive. And for me, that just feels like the bare minimum for a school district who helps children. I feel like the bare minimum should be their health and wellness and safety. So it's really hard for me to think that I couldn't, kids like me can't get support when they need it. There have been times where I asked to go to the wellness center in the middle of class because I'm in tears. Or maybe I have to go on a walk with a friend and I walk them to a support counselor and get them help, and they get, you know, access to outside resources like therapy or like medication or whatever they need. And especially like the academic counselors can't pick up the slack of these support counselors. They don't have the time. I have stood in like the lines at lunch trying to talk to my counselor. Their caseloads are so large. They do not have time to help with social emotional needs. They do not. I also want to emphasize, as a student, we care a lot about our teachers, a lot. Our teachers mean so much to us. My teachers will help me during lunch. They'll help me after school. They'll help me during access. They will go above and beyond, work themselves tirelessly to help students. And I have built really great relationships and connections with my teachers that have helped me significantly with my mental health. And so it's really, really hard for me to look at this list, especially the support counselors and the high school counselors and health services assistants and child welfare and attendance specialists, who that position specifically is also raises huge like equity concerns not having that position. They help students who have housing instability, like Ms. Surge said, and I've taken the time to try to get to know her and what she does and her position, and it's incredible. Going to the houses, getting kids to school, who else is going to do that? Who else is going to do that? And also, if we're worried about funding, generating revenue, all of those things, it seems super counterintuitive to me to get rid of the position that gets kids to school. That seems completely wrong to me. I have a lot of other things that I want to say, but I'll let other people have the chance to talk. But those are just some of my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. So, fellow trustees, I just want to give some clarification because we have a couple different other parts to tonight's presentation. So it's two parts. So right now I'm looking for comments related to the approval of the amount for the reductions so that we can get to the positions like Trustee Gersich is talking about in terms of the sequencing and the order of rescinding for the positions for what we want to consider. So with that, I'm looking for any other comments before we look for that motion. Then we're going to continue on, and we're going to talk in more specifics in regards to certain particular positions. So other comments at this time. We'll have an opportunity to provide additional comments. Yes, question.
All right, so this is tied to the number amount that we have up on the screen. So this is going to be directed most likely towards Cabinet and possibly Maurice. So I had asked to hit that number of like 5.02 million, or to look into the future year so we're not back here again. I had requested in the past that we look into, you know, renting out the DO office and doing the dispersed model at the school sites. If I remember correctly, you guys said you are looking into that now, correct?
Correct. We're preparing a feasibility study. It'll be high level, probably be ready in the next 4 weeks. What we did indicate that that if that is an option that the board looks at, it probably will not be ready for the 26-27 because there's a lot of logistical things around that. So that would be for the outer years for sure.
Okay. All right, good. I just wanted to make sure the community was aware that that is something that the district office is now looking into. My next question is, East Bay Parks has been interested in using Foothill for the weekends and renting it out from us to raise revenue so that they can go to the Pleasanton Ridge. Have we started those discussions yet with them?
The city has brought that to our attention, but East Bay Parks has not yet approached us.
All right. Would we be willing to start that conversation, approach them instead? Because I know they have the grant funding they need to spend for it.
Sure, we can.
All right. My last one is slightly more technical, because again, I'm just looking at the weird out-of-the-box funding potentially, because this is something that's asked. Since PPIE took on the music specialist, that now means that potentially we could use, my understanding is because of Prop 28, we could potentially use Prop 28 funds to now permanently fund the music specialist side because it wouldn't be supplanting anymore. So would that be, as long as the school sites gave their permission, would that be something that we'd be able to do? Because then what we'd be able to do is potentially use the funding that if PPIE is willing to, PPIE could then potentially use the funding that they would have done towards music specialists towards one of our other specialist groups and possibly fifth grade band and strings, which would then be able to be done under Prop 28 as well the following year because now it wouldn't be supplanted. So is this a possibility?
So I'll try first and then I'll turn it over to Ahmed. So I did hear that, Trustee Jones, recently, that what you just explained, where another funding source can sort of fund a position which telling us, the school district, that that position is now, we can supplant that position. So those are the rules I'm going to turn over to Ahmad. I just want to acknowledge that I just heard that again recently about the use of Prop 28 funds. Should we deem a position to essentially go away because it's going to be funded by another funding source like PPIE or foundation? I did hear that and I was looking into it, but the exact rules I'm going to turn over to Ahmad to see if he can explain that. But I do acknowledge what you said because I did hear that too.
Yeah, so the donated funds towards the music program are not counted towards in the calculation because there's a very specific calculation that the audit goes through. So if the foundation were to shift their monies into another area, and that would be a loss of the donation funding, and then if the Prop 28, the school sites were able to pull those dollars, then that could go towards the music. So that's something, we haven't worked out every little detail, but we believe there might be a pathway to get there. Okay,
because I think this is definitely something that could help us with removing items off of this list and helping with these positions. So, yeah, I would, like I said, I know it's weird, but it's something that I heavily lobbied for Prop 28 through CTA, and so I was like, this might be something that works. So I wanted to bring it to you. The last piece is, I believe under medical billing, if it does go through for us, a lot of the social workers' work might be covered by that. If so, would that be a way to eventually repair or restore that position?
So we are unclear in terms of how much medical billing reimbursement we'll be receiving. So if I heard you correctly, we're in that process of determining what that could be, working with the county, because that is our vendor that's helping us to calculate that funding source. We are hopeful that we can get a better picture in the next few months with that medical billing. And if it's as much as we think it is, that can help offset some of those possible cuts to fund those positions through that medical billing reimbursement program.
All right. So I appreciate it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but these are things that I've thought of or tried to work through.
I also want to point out, I think, Mr. Dialazo, we are also looking at potential additional grants through the county. So if funding and grants and some of these other Prop 28, those will allow us to bring back some of those items. So I think that's why that order is very important, as we not only we can get new funding sources or find alternative funding sources.
All right, thank you. And I guess so. For my final comments on this, I understand that this is incredibly painful. I teach in Hayward. We are going through $7 million in cuts right now, and we are looking at potentially closing an elementary school. So I understand how painful this is, having to do this resolution. And again, our goal is to not have to use this list. We do not want to use this list. We are really hoping that bargaining works out and that we're not there, but this is why I'm trying to bring forward these ideas so that we have other ways of hitting that potential gap without it hitting us. And I believe there's other things that we can do and be creative about, but in the meantime, we do have the March 15th deadline as well. I've seen what happens when districts are taken over into conservatorship. I've been in some of those districts, and it is an awful experience. And the gutting that they do is a lot less compassionate because they're just looking at the bottom line of what is the dollar amount needed to hit the goal within that district. And some of the ones nearby, you've seen what that result has been for those districts. So I really do not want us to be there. It's really hard to get out of as well.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Any other comments? Trustee Brown?
So, first of all, Trustee Gersick, thank you very much for being vulnerable. We will come back to that topic, but I wanted to acknowledge, and it's a good reminder why we have student trustees on the board for that student voice. Going back to the direction from the board president in terms of what to comment on, I mean, like Trustee Jones said, this list has always been the list of support services around our students that provide that 360-degree support. That is our obligation as a district. It also includes the specialists that make our district special. This was never intended to be a list of reductions that we as a board felt comfortable doing. So we will be going through this exercise tonight because it's an exercise we have to go through for the regulatory requirements, but it is not the will of the board that these are the things that we end up reducing. There are some other things that we put on the list for November, December that affect our ability as a board to scale our staffing in proportion to our students. We have lost 2,000 students. We will continue to lose students because the birth rates 5-6 years ago don't support the level of students that we have graduating. That is a fact. And we don't have the housing production in Pleasanton to bring in the families that are going to have 2-3 children. I have 3 kids in the district myself, 1 in elementary school, 2 in middle school, and I go to all the elementary school music performances. I go to the Hearst open house and I see my kids show me the things they've done in science, right? All of these things matter to me, and I also recognize I've volunteered watchdog for the day and And we have the PE department of Hearst here. They put me through my paces and exhausted me. So all of these things are personal to me. These are all things I do not want us to do. But I will come back to the script, which is to say that we are under Alameda County direction, and we have to approve this tonight. The number is not negotiable. I applaud Trustee Jones's comments around things that we've been nibbling at, ideas. We've got to try to turn as many of those things into gold as we can, in as fast as we can, so that we can rescind some of these items. But the number itself is not really, unfortunately, negotiable, because we cannot afford to slip to the next level of losing control as a local population. And so as a Pleasanton voter, Pleasanton resident, Pleasanton parent, and a member of this board, I will have to vote for this resolution tonight, whether I like it or not, and I will fight as hard as I can with staff to rescind as many of these as possible and to give as much oxygen to the negotiations for some of the items that we've put on there, things like the staffing ratio, right? So anyway, with that, those are my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Yes, Trustee Curran.
I want to say that this has been very emotional because I know how much you care, and I care deeply, and this is extremely, extremely painful. And I want to say that I know you save lives every day, every single day. Your job is so important, and I just want to say that that I do believe in this community, and I do believe that we can work together to rescind as many of these as we can. And I know PPIE, as soon as we're done here, they're going to be creating a list of what they can bring back. And I know our community is going to fight hard for these programs. And I know at the dais, I fought really hard to save all of these. And I don't feel like I have much choice if we want to remain in local control. So I just want to say that I hear you. And I appreciate you, and I know how hard you work, and I don't want you to think for a minute that we don't value you, because we value you very, very much. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Trustee Curran. Anyone else? Trustee Walker.
I just want to reiterate the sentiments of my fellow trustees. I mean, I don't want to make any of these cuts, but we are committed to work collaboratively with our labor partners. And negotiations can be complex, and outcomes aren't typically guaranteed or not always guaranteed. So, you know, we have to prepare for any uncertainty that negotiations, the results of the negotiations. I wanted to also reiterate what Trustee Carrion. I listened to every statement, and I agree with everything that every one of you said out there, and I agree wholeheartedly. And it will be my goal to rescind as many as that's feasible. I have to just say it over and over again. I do not want to make any of these cuts, and I do hear you, and I'll save my comments for another section. But again, we do have statutory deadlines, and we have to abide by them. So thank you.
Thank you, fellow trustees. So I just would like to conclude before we move forward on the meeting that I wanted to thank every single individual and person who came out tonight to come speak, the many children that came, the residents, teachers, classified staff, and any other person that came tonight. We do appreciate everything that has been stated and said. And I go back to thinking back to why I ran for school board. And it's really to help. I really wanted to make a difference and really serve our community and make a difference. And so with that said, as a trustee, we're elected and we're entrusted with the fiduciary responsibility to manage the district financially. And the district has to own up on errors, and we have to entrust with our responsibility fiduciary. There's a statutory requirement that we have to give out these layoff notices. Many of us here as trustees have gone through this experience, pink slipped, and in many cases it's been rescinded, and it's an awful, awful feeling. But I also know on the other side that if the board does not do this, there will be a situation where we will not be the trustees and there will be state oversight. And that's not what the voters elected us to do. So I wanted to thank everyone for your comments. And actually, I know it's a special board meeting and we're taking 2 actions, so there will be an opportunity if you have not spoke in regards to what has already been mentioned. There's going to be another opportunity for public comment for those who have not spoke as of yet. So with that, I am looking for a motion. And once again, to refresh everyone's memory, the board action is to approve the remaining reductions totaling $5.02 million. The purpose of doing this is to prepare and return and give staff direction to provide the official reduction in force, also known as a RIF resolution, for next week.
Okay, so to clarify, you're looking for a motion on the total amount that we're obliged to
Yes.
provide to Alameda County?
Yes.
Okay. So
Which was already pre-approved, the board had approved in September.
right, this is the subset.
Yes. Thank you for that clarifying question.
All right. So I don't want to make this motion, but I will make this motion because this is my duty. I make a motion to approve the remaining reductions totaling $5.02 million, pending later discussion tonight on the order of rescinding those bearing additional revenues, changes in financial situation, and the outcome of negotiations.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Looking for a second.
I don't want to do it, but I'll second.
Okay, preferential vote first.
Aye.
And roll call.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, thank you. I know that was difficult. So motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move to the next section.
Thank you, Trustee McCaughey. And now we're going to review the follow-up questions from the prior meeting as promised. There were several things that came up, and we wanted to go over those. So, Ahmad?
Great. So there was questions about the stabilization fund, and I know that it's not the easiest to understand, so I'm trying to just clarify that back on September 11, 2025, the board passed a resolution that allocated $11 million from the sale of surplus fund in the general fund to the general fund, and that was utilizing a specific ed code for a specific time that the sale of the vineyard property fell on. In order to make that transfer, that required the approval of the state allocation board. The governing ed code was that the funds could only be utilized in one-time non-reoccurring expenditures. And so when we put our request forward to the state allocation board, we had to specifically show that. The state allocation board took action on it on October 22nd, 2025, approving our request. And to the right is the attachment right from the documents that the state approved. You can see the sale of the proceeds, $11 million going for one-time purposes, and the remaining balance of the sale of proceeds. Those remaining balances were used to pay off the COP at this property that we're on. The breakdown was the early retirement incentive. That is one time because that's an incentive program through PARS the district entered into about 5 years ago, which has 5 payments, and that's the last of the payments. We identified that the district has significant book adoptions that it needs to enter into, and we don't have funding sources, and it's one time in nature in the sense that it doesn't reoccur every year. We also identified potential needs in technology, potential needs in school and van replacements. Again, the nature of those would be one time, and the state approved those. The other area then we designated money was in this stabilization arrangement, approximately $7 million, which represents close to 3% of our annual expenditures. And that was done strategically, that if those funds are in that and our ending fund balance in our unrestricted is positive, we would then meet that 3% requirement. Specifically, the state has an asterisk here. It says the district is required to submit additional one-time expenditure requests for the state allocation board approval prior to expending funds reserved for the stabilization arrangement. So while it sits there, it's not there to be utilized for ongoing expenditures or managing our budget and deficit spending. So that was one of the clarifications we wanted to bring back. The other was that, so we brought those funds into the general fund, and at the last board meeting, there was a resolution to move them into Fund 17, and in our escape system, it's Fund 170. And that is a special reserve fund for other than capital outlay projects. And it's a fund that allows the district to set monies there for specific needs in the future, such as those committed dollars, such as for fiscal stability and other reserve plans. And so it was based on the strong advice of the Alameda County office, and our fiscal expert was to move the fund from the stabilization and the committed funds that we weren't planning to utilize in the next 6 months into this fund for greater accounting clarity. The monies are still there, they're very transparent, and they'll be disclosed in all the reports. There was a question brought up in books and supplies, and the clarification here was mainly that if you look at the original budget and the first interim, we have in the general fund an unrestricted portion and a restricted portion. And the increase or decrease in the books and supplies, the major increases occurred on the restricted side. And so you see a small decrease between the adopted and the first interim on the unrestricted side. So we were able to find some tightening of the budget. But in the restricted side, there is a significant increase, and I do acknowledge that I got to recheck our calculations. Those percentages don't appear right, but the numbers on the original budget, which is 2.2 and 5.3, are correct. That's the exact same numbers that were submitted to the state. And that increase occurred because you can see on the revenue side, we also received significant new state funding or grants, and also local revenues that weren't in the original budget. And so as you get the revenues, then you also have to allocate the additional revenues on the expenditure side. We typically put it in the books and supplies. They may not be eventually spent in the books and supplies. They may be spent in other locations as the fund managers need to move them either into services or other categories which meet the requirements of the restricted dollars. So the main point here was that they are restricted in nature and were not as a result of covering the ELA and math book adoption, which is planned to be covered by the committed funds from the sale of property. Okay.
All right, I have the next question. There was a question brought up last time about the textbook adoption process, and specifically, can we postpone that process? So just for context for the board, is that we are required through the Williams Act to provide the necessary textbooks and instructional materials, and we provide those materials as directed through board approvals and also through the state frameworks. That being said, we actually have been postponing formal adoptions in recent years, and that's due to funding sources not being available. And then also these postponements have been sort of supported through bridging the years with buying these materials. So it's not a formal adoption, but we're bridging providing students with the necessary textbooks and instructional materials by using the restricted lottery funds. So those funds are restricted, and we are in the process right now. We're in the middle of a pilot for elementary ELA and middle school math, and we do want to continue to use those restricted lottery funds for the upcoming adoptions that I just mentioned. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Graywall to go over the prioritization of the list.
Okay. Yeah, let me just step back. So this is the second major piece, and this is where we get into, thank you, Namarta, with the prioritization of rehiring. Thank you.
Sure. Hold on. Sorry, just real quick. I want to bring it back to the board if anyone had any questions or comments on that section of the slides. Yes, Trustee Carrion.
So I do have a question about, I think it's slide 19, how the revenue went from 50, it increased by 60%. So when you say local and state grants, it's not a grant for books per se. It could be anything, and then you just put it in that fund.
Correct. So this is restricted dollars. So a state grant might be, for example, the Golden State Pathways. It could be Prop 28 it could, and other type of grant that at the time of adoption it wasn't in the budget. For maybe it was we didn't know about it. Maybe it came in later, and so we then added it to the budget at first interim. And then, so those are new revenues. And then in terms of the local, we don't allocate donations until we receive them. So those are all the donations that parents make to their school sites, maybe to a program. And so those increases you see from the other local revenues are mainly from donations. And so when they come in, so we receive the revenue, and now we have to allocate the expenditures. And so we then allocate the expenditures. Sometimes we know specifically where they're going to be spent. Other times we will put it in books and supplies until they move them.
Okay, so my last question is, anything on this list here would be, is there any possible the grants? Any of those? I mean, I'd like to know what these grants are, if you could.
Sure. So typically the grants are restricted and have very tight requirements. So in general, I would say, no, they are not available to offset those. We've looked at them. I think one of the big ones that we're talking about is the Prop 28. So that is one that, that we might be able to find a way legally to make that work. But typically, no, you can't, for example, take Golden State Pathways money and say, I don't want to spend it on the intended purposes of that grant, and I want to spend it for counselors.
Are there any other questions from the trustees related to the follow-up on that? Okay, as a courtesy, I would like to open it for public comment on anything that was highlighted in that presentation. Okay, if not, I will close. Oh, yes. All right, so you can come up, speak, and then you can fill out the card later.
I'm Karina Harold. I'm the Wellness Center Support Specialist at Foothill High School. I wrote a letter on November 5th advocating for my position. I trust you read it, so I don't want to detail again for you what I do, but I'm busy. I work 8 hours, and I only get paid for 6.5. I want to thank Trustee Jones for responding promptly on November 7th, indicating that you supported keeping my position. I just wanted to stand up really quick and give an update. Since November, the situation changed, so I went back to one of the original tables. Sorry, it's small. Under description, position supports students visiting in the Wellness Center on an as-needed basis. Just to reiterate, it's every day, multiple times a day. The student impact was described as minimal since we now have wellness coaches, and mitigation opportunities, duplicative services with wellness coaches. I just wanted to come up here very quickly and update that according to our wellness coach at Foothill, currently we don't have the funding for that next year. So we disagreed in November that what I did was a duplicate service to what she does. But now I just want to be abundantly clear that even that assumption is no longer the case. Currently, she doesn't know if she can come back to school as a wellness coach next year. So with luck, I'll still be around, as will the other counselors. But I just wanted to come up here very quickly and share that news with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Any other comments for public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment on that. Any other comments, trustees, before we move on? Okay. If not, then we're going to go to the next section of the presentation, which is the prioritization of rescinding positions.
Thank you, President McCaughey. So what we're discussing here is the results of the homework exercise that trustees engaged in this last weekend. And I want to make sure I explain this very clearly so folks don't get confused. The weighting that was done on the reductions list back in October of last year and then November was you ranked things that you were most comfortable cutting as a one, like one, go forward, cut it first, and things that you were least comfortable as a three. Hence, the list that you voted on today were all the threes that you were not comfortable cutting. So I just want to make that clear to begin with. So the homework involved you then looking at that list of what were threes and providing a priority based on the things that you want to rescind first, you want to bring back first, meaning it's the thing that you're most uncomfortable cutting because you'd like to see it return first. So that's what the three represents. And the one would be an item that might be of a slightly lower priority, not that anything isn't important, but that's something that after the highest priority needs are met, you would be considering bringing that item back. So in this exercise, a three indicates highest interest and one is less. So just for the sake of the public who might be watching and find the confusion in the exercise. So the next step today would be to take the compilation, the summary of your individual assignments that you did and look at the total scores and then the weighting on an average for each of those line items. There are 24 line items in total, and it would be to then do a prioritization, basically an order from 1 to 24 that helps staff, meaning us, as we complete that exercise of issuing the layoff notices, to be able to rescind as quickly as possible and minimize and mitigate the impact to employees as quickly as we can. So that's the exercise that you're being asked to engage in now. And we'll just reiterate again that any savings that are achieved through our negotiation process, which is healthy and underway, or any other revenue sources that have been suggested here today or that might be coming our way, or changes in the state budget that can impact those layoffs, we'll be rescinding notices as quickly as we can. We can rescind through May 15th, which is the final date to give final layoff notices, and beyond, potentially. The hope would be that if we're able to rescind, we can do it sooner than that, just so people can plan, but there are no guarantees. So with that, are you prepared to engage in that exercise now? Did you want to take a break, or what did you want to do next?
I'll get the tempo of the trustees.
I just have a question.
Sure. Yes, question.
My question is that I know that PPIE is going to be taking a look at this list, and so I'm wondering, I don't want to duplicate it. Does that make sense? I mean, if they're going to take, let's say they're going to look at this list and they're going to say, oh, we're going to fight really hard for science specialist. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to not duplicate them. Double dip or...
So my understanding is that really what it needs to be flipped. We as a board need to make the action, and then they're going to make their adjustments based upon the board direction. Yes, other questions?
Yeah, I would phrase that one a little bit different and say the board has to make a decision. PPIE is an independent body and board, and they will make their decisions based on what they see the board is not. Anyway, just semantics, I guess. Just so I'm absolutely clear, a rescind order of 1 means rescind first or rescind last?
No, the higher the score, the most you want to rescind. So a 3, because you didn't want to cut it, that's why it was a 3 before, so you want to bring it back first. So a 3
No, I'm
means
talking
you
the
want to
rescind order 1 through 24.
Oh, 1 through 24, a 1 would be what you want to bring back first.
Okay,
24
that was my
would be
question.
last. Yes, thank you.
I'm confused again.
No, okay, I'm going to repeat. I confused everyone. So we're still saying a 1 is amongst the what was the 3s. The things that are a 1 are the things we're most comfortable with. In order to, but then the enumerated number 1 to 24. 1 means bring this one back first. 2 means this would be the second order to bring back if we have the funding to do it. I was just clarifying that final column.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So for the benefit of the public who can't see what Trustee Brown's looking at, could you please show the chart so that the public can know what he's referring to? Okay, so maybe to refresh everyone's memory, because there's a lot of information that has been discussed tonight and back and forth, and just so that everyone can see that. This is the tool that the board has actually used for the last 2 years to go through the reduction process. And the whole reason to do this was actually initiated in collaboration with the board and staff and the superintendent, so that instead of having just a list of a resolution of positions that staff recommends to the board had put a request to say, no, we want to get more input, collaborative from CSEA, from APT, and from the trustees. And so we had, as Trustee Brown had mentioned before, worked with staff to put this tool together to help engage the board, to actually help facilitate this process. So what Trustee Brown was referring to, when you look, and Namarta, you might be better at explaining the tool, but basically, like that first position is reduced 4.0 FET for elementary science specialists. That, in the way it was scored, had an average weight of a 2.6, which is almost unanimous for the trustees to say 3s. So that became the top on the list to
That's right.
put the rescind request back.
Correct. So that basically your individual scores are in the chart that's now on the far right of the screen. It's just listed trustees A through E. And so depending on how the trustees scored it, the list was then ordered from the highest score to the lowest score to help you with this process. And if anything was tied, if a particular line item had, say, more threes than, threes and then two ones, or a bunch of threes and like a two, we tried our best to prioritize it in the order that the score will help you figure out what you want to do next. Now, over to the far right, so those are the individual, to the far right are the total scores for each item. That's a summation of all of your 5 scores, and then the column X there represents the average weighting from the 5. So again, they've been grouped by the highest scores to the lowest to help you with your ranking. And we'll be entering the rankings in that last column on the right, the purple column, column Y.
Okay, so trustees, do you have any questions or comments? So basically, the way we're going to do this is, if you take a look at the way the scoring works, you'll see for the total weighting, for the average weighting, for the 13s, there's 4 items. There's elementary science specialists, there's elementary music specialists, there's the child welfare attendance specialist, and the elementary library media assistant 2. Those 4 are tied for putting the rescinding letter first. And the way I'm going to suggest we do this is, I'm open for the trustees to identify one that they might want to take a look at to discuss first. But basically, we as a board need to identify, of those 4, which one will be number 1 for the rescinding, and then which one will be 2, which one will be 3, which one will be 4. So number 1 will be the very first position that will get their rescinding letters saying your position is secure based upon how the negotiations go. Any questions?
No, got comments.
Okay, yes, comment.
I'm just saying that for me, I need to prioritize like mental health, so I want to see the CWAs back as number 1. That's just my opinion right now.
Okay, so I'm going to open it to the floor to the fellow trustees. I'd like to see this as a discussion. I don't want to limit anyone, so just point to me and I'll let you speak. Yes, Trustee Jones.
So for me, I would say the order of 4 that I see right here is mostly fine. I would just say potentially I would flip music and science just because of the way that it's laid out and set up, but I would prioritize those 2 first, especially because our entire school day is our bell schedules, our calendars, our entire school day is literally built in this district around the specialist schedules.
So to summarize, are you saying that you would like to have elementary music specialists as 1? I'm just trying to process what you're saying.
Music is 1, science is 2, and then the rest of the order for me is okay.
3 and 4. 3 as child welfare attendants and 4 as elementary library media assistant. Okay, so we have a discrepancy. Trustee Carrion would like to have child welfare attendants as number 1, and Trustee Jones is proposing to have elementary music specialists as 1. So let's discuss those options. Yes, Trustee Gorsuch.
Can we have the CWAs as number 1? Like carry.
So you agree?
I was like carry on.
Okay, so
yeah, I agree with Trustee Carry On.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we have 2 trustees that have spoke. Yes, Trustee Brown. Yes.
I'm going to be disruptive and say that I would have actually put outdoor ed and music as 1 and 2 because they're most likely aligned with the PPIE mission. I know I'm breaking my own rule here, but I would have put those as 1 and 2. I'm not opposed otherwise to the order that Trustee Jones suggested.
I'm sorry, you said outdoor ed and what?
I would have put outdoor ed because it's such a low dollar amount, and 90% of the funding and work is done outside of this 45K. I would have put it higher in the list, and I would have put it at the top of the list for best alignment with the current PPIE mission that already funds music and PPIE as priorities. So.
I hear you, and
But I'm breaking with your process.
so
I know that.
No, I may say we come back to outdoor ed because we can always reorder. Outdoor ed is much further down on the list based upon the scoring. I'm sorry, I can't. Can you scroll down to the outdoor ed? I can't.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, the outdoor ed
Namarta
is 1.8.
So from a procedural standpoint, I would say we can consider to reorder it when we get down to outdoor ed, but I'd like to discuss that later. Unless if there's a majority of the board that agrees with Trustee Brown.
Okay, well, that's fine.
I'm passing it to the other trustees because I do believe majority. So are there any other trustees that agree strongly with Trustee Brown? Otherwise, I would say we table it and we can discuss that later.
I'm willing to come back to it.
All right. Thank you for expressing that option, Trustee Brown. We will get back to it, and that's not saying it can't get bumped up, but we'll come back to it.
Right. So going back to your suggested process, I would do
Thank you.
2, 1, 3, 4.
So you're also agreeing with music up top?
Yes, I'm just reiterating Charlie's position.
Okay. All right. So all right. So then that means I'm the split. I'm the tiebreaker. No, I already haven't said that. Oh, but you too. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, that's okay. I didn't mean to jump ahead.
I also have to go with the mental health because I'm a big advocate for mental health, and so I would like them to be first, and then I'm okay with music, and then science, and then library.
I'm sorry. Which one do you mean by mental health? The child welfare?
The child welfare and attendance.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay. So 3-2. So I think I'm torn. But that said, I think both are important, and I'm actually really confident that we're going to get through quite a few of these that will be rescinded. So I might propose that we do the CWA as one, music, then science, and then elementary library media. But it's really close for the science versus the CWA. I could flip it.
I'll go with the majority. I'm totally fine with that.
Okay. All right. So it looks like that's majority. Staff, were you able to catch that? So to recap, it's CWA is number 1, music number 2, science number 3, and library media assistant number 4. Okay, just to recap, we're honoring the scoring process, but Namarta, if you could go to the right where you have the individual trustee scores. If there's a large disparity on a particular position, it's also okay for trustees to discuss perhaps, if there's a strong point of view, that's fine too. So, all right. If you could go back to the right again, and let's look at the next number. So we have quite a few at the 2.4. So just 1, 2, 3, we have about 7 or 8. So we have, it looks like 3.75 for reading intervention support specialists, RIS, tied with a high school counselor, closer to the CBA staffing level, the health assistants, school secretary 2s, middle school secretary 1, the health assistants for high school, and then also for the middle school. So I'm going to turn it back to trustees if you want to take a look at those numbers, and also if you want to take a look at the averages as well. You can also see, for example, where there is discrepancy in the scoring. So for example, with the health assistants, another way to look at this data is a majority of the trustees, 3 of the trustees scored each of those positions a 3. And then you have some tiebreakers of one trustee that scored it a 2, and in the other cases, a trustee scored it a 1. So do we have any trustees that would like to discuss? I see Trustee Jones, your hand up. Yes.
I would like to. These are all really impactful. This is difficult. Oh God. Can we potentially start with the? I'll just do it in maybe like a segment of 3. Can we start with in this section the? I guess it would actually be potentially 4. The high school counselors followed by the HSAs. So like elementary. In the order that they put it, elementary, high school, in the middle.
Sure, that sounds great. So just to recap, can you hide the other rows, Namarta? Sorry, getting tongue twisted here. So we can only look at those 4. Is that possible? So to recap, the high school counselor, HSA, for all 3 grade levels.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would like the high school counselor back first, and then elementary, HSA, and then middle school and high school HSA.
I also agree.
Okay, so I took it a little differently, like that we were just going to talk about them, but so I guess I misunderstood. So Trustee Jones, you're saying that's the first 4. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, for me, it was just looking at, it sounds like the board is very big on, or concerned about mental health, and I looked at this, they were all 2.4, so they fall under that discussion, that category. I had originally had it a little bit different for me, but I think this is what would work for the board potentially.
Other comments from other trustees?
I'm going to go off script. I would have, like, talking to elementary teachers, the concern I have with somehow the PE specialist being further down the list is, unlike science and music at the elementary level, there are required minutes, and it will result in a shortening of the day, because with the PE specialist at the elementary level, if the classroom teacher is teaching PE, that means they're not teaching other subjects, and it's taken away instructional minutes. So I'm a little disappointed to see it further down the list. I would have expected it to be within this pack. So I'm going to reserve that comment and come back to it.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to show up too.
So,
just to clarify, you meant shortening of the day. You meant instructional time with the teachers, and that they're going to have to accommodate for the PE time. Because I was like literally thinking the day is going to be shorter. So I'm sorry. I was just clarifying.
literally the day is going to be shorter.
Look at that, like at 2.
You're going to have to shorten the elementary.
Staff on that, because I was not under that impression.
Did I drop a bomb in the meeting?
No, I just need clarification from staff, because I didn't see that in the material. Is that what it says?
So can you repeat the question?
My understanding from talking to and reading the letters from the elementary school teachers is that if an elementary teacher, instead of doing 10 minutes a day, is now doing 55, that means that they're taking away 45 minutes of time from other subjects that they might be teaching, and therefore, so yes, the student will still get their 55 minutes of PE time, but now that's going to be 45 minutes shorter in the school day as a result.
So yes, the 45 minutes, but here's the difference. So I want Mr. Schrag to talk about the difference. David, please. The younger grade, the primaries, the 1 to 3 versus the 4 to 5. There's a little bit of a variance. Can you explain?
Yeah, and also we want to remember that there's required prep minutes. So what we would do to make sure we following the CBA in terms of the prep minutes required was to alter the bell schedule to allow teachers to have their prep time. So that's accurate in terms of what we plan to do. PE is taught twice for everyone, and in this case, yes, it would be one period of PE that a specialist would teach, but then the one other period of PE, that would be the classroom teacher that would teach it. So that's true for PE. For science, a little bit different. Science specialists would be teaching both science in upper grades, but the mainstream teacher would be teaching science to their students instead of a specialist.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is like the classroom teacher teaching science is not the same impact as the classroom teacher teaching PE because it's taken away from instructional minutes. And so I would have expected from a weighting exercise perspective for it to be higher up the list.
David, please correct me if I'm wrong. No instructional minutes required for science. There's the standards, of course.
That's correct.
We need
to teach science, but there's not a quantified number of minutes required.
200 for every 10 days for
correct.
PE, correct?
Correct.
Okay, sorry. I'm fighting a cold here and I'm a little under the weather. Don't go. Sorry. I just want to re-clarify to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So just to restate what Trustee Brown said and what Mr. D'Alazzo said and Mr. Schrag. So just to reiterate, I want to make sure I'm understanding this. You're saying that if we cut out the physical education specialists, that literally the day will end at 2 p.m.?
So we haven't decided when that would happen, but
that it will. Not when, but will.
Yes, it would be altered so we can make sure we honor the prep minutes that are required to give teachers. Right.
Yeah, how many days?
For 1 day, for one prep for the PE.
Okay.
So for example, it could end early or it could start later. For example, on a Wednesday. So.
Okay.
Correct.
So.
Right.
Excuse me. Sorry. If you want to speak, grab a comment card or for clarification, you're more than welcome. No, I want you to be able to come up. But so just to recap, if we approve the phys ed elimination of their positions 1 day a week, the school day would end shorter for
45 minutes a week to make sure teachers have their prep time, which
so
means
each grade it would be shortened for 1 day?
For each grade, correct.
So in other words, I have an elementary school kid today, and I drop them off for 9:05, and instead of picking them up at 2:50, I would be picking them up at 2:05. And so now, if I'm a working parent, now I only have a 5-hour window to get everything I need to do in my life done, including work and everything. And that's why I'm saying from a disruption to parents, disruption to the elementary school classroom environment and teachers, I'm just saying it should be higher in the list. It's because it's different than science. So if we're restoring science and music at the elementary level sooner, and we ranked in the top 4, I would think that the PE piece would be close behind in terms of restoring the impact to our elementary school classrooms.
I agree, but I wasn't sure if we were waiting until we got to it or not.
Well, I'm breaking all the rules tonight because I'm not the board president this year.
I know, but I really want to say that I emphasize and I want to say counselors. So that's why I'm fighting for these counselors to be number 5. So.
Okay, understood.
Okay, I'm just trying to read the notes that were provided to us. Sorry.
So if we want to stick to the current process and order this and then come to and then try to insert and renumber, we can do that. I'm okay with that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. Reading in the information, it says elementary teachers will have multiple subjects. It just says going from 10 to 5, 10 positions to 5 remaining. Allocation, prep time, changing in bell schedule, and enrichment opportunity will provide during prep time using prep 28 funds. What does that mean?
Mr. Schrag, let me just set it up. So think about the prep minutes. That's why I was saying grade. The younger grades are different. It's 45 minutes, so we're doing 4 times a week. And then the older grades are 5 times a week, right? Yeah.
different amount of preps specialists for those two different groups. So grades 1 through 3 get 4 preps a week. Grades 4 through 5 get 5 preps. So for the plan, again, if you're considering science, that would be for the elementary teachers. They would be getting an art enrichment class instead of science. Excuse me.
Okay. So procedurally, I understand now what's going on. I say we'll come back to it when we get down to there, and if we need to bump up, then we will, just for procedural perspectives. And then, yes, I would say this is just an example where when you get into the weeds of the actual specifics, there's information that's provided to the board that will make an impact. Clearly, that was not the potential understanding of the trustees when they scored it, so that would have altered their scoring. So thank you, Trustee Brown, for bringing that to our attention, and we'll come back to that. So now that we have that clarified, you may go sit down. Thank you. I apologize.
Appreciate it.
So we'll come back. I appreciate everyone's flexibility, but that was an important thing to clarify. Trustees, do you have any opposition for the order that was proposed for high school counselor in that order, for elementary service assistants? And then what about the order for the HSAs?
I was just going to do it based off of the order that you guys ranked them. The elementary, elementary, high school, and the middle school.
Right, but just for clarification, Amarta, that was just put in, like the scoring, they're all the same. So is it more important from a rescinding order impacting?
The scoring is the same. They were just ranked in terms of the dollar value,
Okay,
like
so
in descending order, but that's just to help you make do.
I would do elementary first, then followed by...
For clarification, I wanted to ask for, in terms of scheduling and how that works, then I would definitely concur. I would prefer to have the elementary up top. So it would go from high school counselor, then the health assistant for elementary, and then do we have is there any information staff that we need to understand for considering for sequencing for middle school versus high school HSAs? Anything in schedules or impact, because there is a different dollar amount, just for clarification for the board as we make this decision.
So something to think about is the language there. So it's a phase out of 4.5 health service assistant, which that's the total FTE at elementary. So just know that, and then it's a reduction at the other one. So it's partial hours for the other two, the middle school and the high school. So I don't know if you want to consider those.
I might suggest I'm sorry, it's hard for me to toggle. So what would be the total number for the HSAs for middle school and the total number for the high school?
Total number reduction?
No, not the reduction. We can see the reduction, but with the reduction, what would the staffing be?
So for high school, it would be 1.0.
And middle school?
And at middle school, what number is it? I'm sorry, I'm lost. Oh, okay. So it's a reduction, 1.875 to 1.50. That would be 0.50 remaining at each middle school.
So then with that information, I'd recommend to put that up above high school. So therefore, it would be the elementary, middle school, and then high school. Yes, thank you, Trustee Gorsuch. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. Trustees, are we okay with that?
I would have, where's the risk in all of this? I would have put this over above most of these things.
I'm sorry, what?
The risks.
You were looking at the 12s. That's in the 11s.
There is the risks online.
There's the J8, which really should be swapped with J3, because J8 was the J3 was the initial 3.75, and then J8 was the second 3.75. So, but either way, I would have restored risk funding above some of these other things.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
Still going back to the health and safety, I think they're very important. I mean, not that they're not, I mean,
That's fine.
So I do understand what Trustee Brown is stating in terms of academics for reading, for supports. I go back to my understanding from what Mr. Schrag said, and he can come up to clarify, but there will be less students that can be served in regards to with the risk positions. If they're, so I actually am thinking about what Trustee Brown is stating, and I actually would concur, and I would prefer to put the risks up above the HSA.
And for consistency, we should swap J3 with J8, because if we're going to discuss the going from 3.75 to the second 3.75, that should be further down the list. So I would swap J3 and J8.
I'm sorry, can you clarify instead of doing it in numbers or?
I'm just saying that the way this was worded, J8 was the second 3.75.
Sorry, I don't have, I'm trying to toggle between the screens. So J8's what?
Both J8 and J3 is RIS. One item was reduced 3.75, and the other item was reduced the second 3.75. And for whatever reason, the order was swapped.
The order is based on your scoring.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Staff, perhaps you could clarify, besides the scoring, perhaps you could clarify, because the risk, we added the additional risk so that we wouldn't have a total reduction. So perhaps you could re-clarify that, please.
So the original item, as Trustee Brown was saying, was J3, which is to reduce a 3.75. That was J3. J8 was to reduce an additional 3.75, but it just so happened in your scoring that you gave a slightly higher score to the second reduction rather than the first. It's honestly immaterial because they're the same value, but I've swapped them now.
What do you mean by
for
that?
you.
That it would be immaterial?
They're both 3.75 reductions, so either one you put.
One scored 11, one scored 12.
Right.
We're just swapping them around in terms of order.
Okay, so for
the way-
consistency purposes, I want to make sure that we're able to go through this process. So what I would state is, can I get a tempo from the trustees on the risk position? So Trustee Brown is making a valid point that because of the scoring, that it should be moved up. So how do we feel about that? So in other words, we have a debate. We've got a divide. Some trustees feel that the health assistance should be higher on the rescinding list, and there's other trustees that feel that the RIS, the reading intervention support specialists.
Okay, so to kind of help us reach consensus on this, if we want to do high school counselors RIS 3.75 and then the elementary health assistants, we can do that if that helps us kind of come together on that.
Are you saying the counselor would be the first? Okay.
So counselor, RIS, then health assistants. Yeah. Trustee Carrion, what are your thoughts?
Well, now that we've opened up this can of worms, I kind of like I think the intervention specialist should be above the RIS, because they're both serving the students at our highest need. So,
and I'm sorry, my computer's not working, so can you scroll down for the intervention specialist? What row is that?
It's item I2, row 19.
Okay, so we're basically looking between the 12s and the 11s, and so the scoring is negligible. It's not a significant difference. So basically, we're looking at the 12s and 11s together. I do understand Trustee Carrion's point for the reading intervention, I'm sorry, for the elementary intervention specialists. Staff, could someone come up and clarify again, just to recap it? I know we have it in the spreadsheets, but it's hard for me to toggle and facilitate. Just to recap, so we know that the elementary intervention specialist is certificated and the risk is classified, and so maybe you could just do a high-level difference between those two positions.
Sure. The intervention specialist is a credentialed professional that has background and training in literacy and has like expertise in that. That is kind of the pivotal core piece of the reading intervention program for our elementary schools. So they, in addition, and you heard earlier from public comment, in addition to working directly with students, they organize the data talks, and they're really organizing a Tier 2 intervention process and infrastructure for students to receive literacy support. The RIS is a classified position, kind of similar to the analogy we gave with a special education teacher and then paraeducators that are helping support, but they're kind of ancillary and kind of in support of that. The pivotal piece is the intervention specialist that kind of holds that together. RIS allows us to reach more students and a wider kind of reach for that, but it starts with that intervention specialist in terms of what they do to directly work with students on a daily basis, but also work with teachers and work with the data talks and build those teams of teachers to support those students.
So to clarify to what Trustee Karen made for a point, what would it look like if there were RISs and fewer elementary intervention specialists? What would that look like?
Just so I'm clear, what would it look like if both were reduced?
Well, just how would it look? I mean, like, let's say hypothetically the RIS's position were rescinded and the elementary intervention specialist didn't make it, and so you only had RIS and you had fewer elementary intervention specialists.
Right. That would be the challenge would be to, again, how do we facilitate those triennial data talks where there's data being collected by all of and students being assessed, and the ISs also lead those assessments. That would be a challenge to do that, and we'd obviously have to find a way to do that. It would also be, again, with RISs, again, we're looking at focusing on an equity allocation model where we just look at the students who need it the most, so the students who are the most far intensive needs of literacy. So again, we start with that group, and then if we have more ability and capacity to reach them, we do that. But the IS is really the one that does a lot of that stuff, and it has multiple hats that they wear in terms of directly with students, but also working with teachers and also working with the whole school in terms of building capacity for students to get the literacy intervention that they need. So we would probably have less ability to reach all the intensive students that we need to reach with less ISs. But we would also have less capacity for teachers in terms of their Tier 1 abilities in classrooms to do that because the IS supports that. So,
Trustee McCaughey, can I add too?
Absolutely.
I think one of the things to think about as well is I totally agree with Mr. Schrag. That Tier 2 intervention for literacy is really critical and pivotal with our intervention specialists. One thing to think about for the board, the reduction is 2.5 reduction of elementary intervention specialists, and there's 10.0 FTE. So I don't know if that helps. And the risk reduction is 3.75 out of the 7.5, so that's 50%. So getting back to your question, what would that look like if there were less RISs versus less ISs? The reduction option is 2.5 on the list is 2.5 out of 10 intervention specialists, the certificated staff. Don't know if that helps.
Yes, to that point then, what would it look like at the campuses? Just to refresh our memory for the reading intervention specialists, would each campus have one?
So we would do an allocation plan. It really depends on the data, which sites have more needs. Do you have anything to add?
In terms of students. So the initial thought was looking at doing 0.75 of ISs across all campuses if there were to be a reduction. But it may be that there's certain campuses where we could split an IS where it'd be 50% at one campus and 0.5 at one campus and 0.5 at another. But again, that's based on the data of the literacy needs, based on kind of our DIBELS and M-class assessments of how many kids need that support.
Okay, very good discussion. So I hope that provided some clarification for the trustees and not more confusion. So that said, what I'd like us to think about is the sequencing, and I do think it was a valid point to combine the 12s and the 11s for how the scoring with additional information, the staff, and many of the people that emailed us for those positions. So I would like to actually, if it's okay, give my comments in regards to, based upon the information that's been highlighted, I look at it a little differently. I do understand the high school counselors are really, really important, and that seems to be a unanimous decision with the board, so I will not rock that. But when I think about the impact for our students, I think about our academic supports first. So I would probably agree with Trustee Carrion and to consider bumping up the reading, the elementary intervention specialists tied with the reading intervention support specialists, and then with HSAs. But that's just my opinion, and it's really based upon that, yes, the health service assistants are really important, and so we're just thinking about the sequence for rescinding letters. But the other thing, I do have a little bit of a different perspective just because I work in a school district where they don't have the health service assistants at the elementary sites, so I do see how it functions. I concur with the fellow trustees that I'm hoping that many of these positions would be rescinded, but I have seen it function. I still have a daughter that has not been able to recover from her reading intervention support, and there were times when she was working with the RIS, not the reading intervention specialist, and she's still struggling in 8th grade with her reading academics. So I'm a little more concerned about pulling those supports out academically for our students. So that would be the reasoning. So other comments?
Yeah, so I'd concur. I would do, if the will of the rest of the board is counselors of 5, then I would put the intervention specialist as 6, and then the reading intervention specialist is 7, and then go from there.
So we've heard from some trustees, but not all.
My only question was we have the reading intervention sports risks twice, and so I'm just making sure that we would put one of those and then HSAs before we put the other one.
Yeah.
That would be fair. That's a good recommendation.
Okay.
Did you get all that, Deborah?
I could go with that.
I just want to confirm the order of the HSAs. The last time we talked, it was elementary, then middle, then high school?
Yes.
Same order? Yes, just the HSAs. Yeah.
So just to confirm with the HSAs, that was based upon the information the staff gave to the trustees in terms of staffing impact with the HSAs. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So staff, if you could put that information in, and then that will take us to got them all in. So then that on the additional list, then we have the secretaries and the district parent liaison.
I think you put the secretaries on there. Oh, sorry. It's okay.
You can proceed now, trustee.
Well, I'm waiting for J8, the reading intervention risks.
I wasn't sure that you wanted both of those prioritized over other items. All of the risks at one time?
Yeah,
Is that what the decision was?
I think I'm going to wait for the second risk. I think maybe because there are other items in
I
there.
would agree.
Okay. Okay, so looking at the list, we have our high school secretary, our middle school secretary, and the district parent liaison, and the middle school library media assistant, and the middle school counselor.
I'm not sure the order you guys would like to go in them, but I think we would look. I think looking at the district parent liaisons and the middle school counselors next would be good.
I agree. I agree.
Staff, is there a way to hide some of those other cells so that we're just looking at the remainder, or is that not possible? Because it's
Or if you can just filter on Y6.
okay, and then can you hide out the 9s and the 8s so we're not seeing that, please? I apologize. A little nights for my computer to die. Okay, thank you. All right, so we have middle school counselor, media, library assistant, district parent liaison, the RIS, and the secretaries. I'm going to pass it to my fellow trustees. Who would like to start?
Like I said, I recommended looking between the district parent liaisons and the middle school counselors next. I feel like I've talked a lot though, so what are your guys' thoughts between those two?
I agree with that.
Just repeat. Middle school counselor and what? Okay, so
and please note there are 2 separate line items on the parent liaisons, so we'll need to clarify which one you're talking about.
Ooh, well, since we did a partial, it's not split the same way. So that makes it a little more.
So the original option was actually F3. So that was the 2.625 reduction out of 6.125. And just a reminder to the trustees, these were hourly. These were reduction in hours. So we have the FTE. Our goal was to keep all of the people, but this was a reduction in hours. So that one was a reduction from 7-hour days to 4-hour days for the 7 people. That's F3. And for clarification, F12 is the same 7 hours, but then reducing it to a 6-hour day. Does that make sense?
No, because those can't be cumulative. So which is it?
So let me see if I'm saying it correctly then.
It's proportional,
correct, right?
but
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I think the way that we had decided that was it was going to be one or the other. So it's a little confusing why they're both on the list. So yes, thank you for that reminder. So the way I would read that is the board would choose instead of necessarily the full reduction of F3 to 2.65, then it was the other option was to just reduce it 1 more hour. That's the way I recall it.
Neither one was a full reduction. The first one that Mr. D'Alauza just mentioned, F3, was a reduction from 7 hours to 4, right, but for all of the parent liaisons. And because that seemed like a lot at the time, back in November, you had asked for an alternate option, and that's what F12 represents, which is a reduction from 7 hours to 6. So that's the difference you're looking at, a 4-hour day for all of the parent liaisons with no cuts in any individual position, or a 6-hour day for all of them.
Okay, so the way I would propose it, and I actually have a completely different perspective, I really have seen firsthand in regards to the support of the secretaries and what they do. I do feel really strongly to consider of an order of the middle school counselor, And then taking a look at, in terms of Trustee Jones' comment, then I would say, okay, district parent liaison, reduce it from just 1 more hour, so the F12, then put the secretaries, and then consider the other one, the F3. Because if I recall, I was the one that proposed cutting for the district parent liaison position, just reducing it by 1 hour. So instead of cutting it all the way to 4 hours, I was the one that asked it to just cut it 1 hour to 6 hours. I was the one that asked that. So that was the compromise that I had talked about in terms of the parent liaison positions.
Okay, so are we in agreement that middle school counselors would be next?
Yes.
Okay.
So why don't we go ahead and put that in MARTA? And then I think we need to discuss, I would concede with your request, Trustee Jones, to put district parent liaison next. And I'm proposing to do the F12.
How do you guys feel?
F12, yes.
Then go to the high school secretary.
Yes.
So I would ask, I have a clarifying question for what the difference between the high school secretary and the middle school secretary. They're both reductions, so can you refresh our memory? Just so the board's clear on what that would look like at the high school campuses and the middle school campuses.
Can you point me to the item number?
Sorry, F2 and F1.
Okay, so F1 is a reduction, okay, 0.75. So the total for all middle school secretaries is 6.15. So then that would leave, it's an uneven distribution, but it would leave 5.4. So it's 2.5 at Hart, 2.0 at Harvest Park, 1.65 at PMS, and then it would go to the 5.4, 2.25, 1.75, 1.40, Hart, Harvest Park, PMS, to get to the 5.4, and that's based on the enrollment numbers at the schools.
And the high schools?
And then the high school secretary, it's 11.0, 6 at Amador, 5 at Foothill. And so it would go to 5.5 Amador, 4.5 Foothill, equaling the 10.0. So it's 11.0, 1.0 reduction, getting to the 10.0.
Okay, trustees. So, sorry, Mr. D'Alazzo, so does it seem to be a greater impact for the middle schools reduction versus the high schools? Because you said it's an uneven distribution.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at the high schools, there are more individuals in the office that can possibly support. However, it's bigger. I mean, these are bigger schools. You have about 1,000 kids at the middle schools. PMS being the smallest middle school is probably less than 1,000 now. Then you have 2,500 kids at Amador, 2,100 kids at Foothill.
Right. Well, that's
right?
that's a significant difference in terms of enrollment.
Right.
So that's
you're
another
talking 1,000 more kids at the high school. So it's kind of an even impact because of the proportions.
Got it. Okay. All right, trustees. I'm going to put it back to you guys on your thoughts.
I'm just confused about the parent liaison. So if you're bringing back 0.875, you're bringing back less than 2.625.
Yeah, I was just going to ask for the clarification. Is your intention to have the parent liaisons remain at 6 hours rather than 4?
Yes.
So what we should rescind is the bigger number.
Yes,
because we want to bring back more of them. So I'm going to flip it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so how do we feel about this secretaries for the clarifying questions that we were asking?
Just a sec. So we can't do this. As a board, we approved the 5.015, correct? So if 0.875 is going from 7 to 6, then going from 6 to 4 is going to be 1.7, not 2.625. So I get that the 2.625 equates to 3, but we approved 5.015. So if you change this, what we already approved is going from 7 to 3. We approved both items J, F3 and F12, correct? So they're cumulative. They have to be by definition.
These would be cumulative, although actually at the time the ask was that they be one or the other.
I get that, but I'm just saying the math
So
doesn't work.
The dollar value would be double counted then.
So that's just a
But we
minor,
can't.
so that's an error.
We,
And so the amount difference,
Well, if you're just looking at, if you're trying to keep them at the 6 hours, then you wouldn't consider line item F12. Because that's the additional reduction of an hour.
The other line item you said brought them down to 4.
It did, but you'd want to rescind that first, right? That was the ask.
okay, so to what Trustee Brown is stating, does that mean that mathematically the numbers are slightly off? I just want to make sure we're clear.
what I'm alleging is that F.3, when I allege is a strong word, F.3 is 3 hours worth of FTE per person. F12 is 1 hour per person. So if today they're at 7 hours per person, we as a board have already approved we're going from 7 to 3.
I'm going to ask our HR director to help us with the FTE and the math. Thank you.
Okay, so the 2.625 takes all of the parent liaisons from 7 hours to 4 hours. To your point, that's the 3.
Correct.
And then, as you stated correctly, the second one takes the 0.875 from each of them, taking them from 7 to 6 hours.
Correct. But both items have already been approved, both F.3 and F.12.
That's right.
Which means
The dollar
that
value
what
is
is already
duplicated.
approved is from going from 7 to 3 hours.
That was not the intention
It
of
may
the
not be the
board.
intent, but that's the action of the board that was already voted.
Understood.
Okay, so just we're on the same page. Are you not following?
No, I'm not. 'Cause it's
Okay, so listen, staff, perhaps we need to identify, just as a clarifying question. So for the district, the original recommendation was 2.65 for the district parent liaison to reduce it from 7 to 4 hours, correct?
That was the initial option
Right.
that was presented, yes.
So if we completely forget about F12, then we're, just to clarify to Trustee Brown's point, are we off $110,000, $250 if we remove that? Because we have to pick one or the other? Are we short on the reduction number that we're approving?
You don't have to pick one or the other if you approved a reduction down to 3 hours, but if that wasn't your original intent, then yes, you'd be off. But if your original intent was both building on each other or one or the other, then the dollar values are not off. It's just a choice of how much you want the parent liaison's hours to ultimately be. Like, are you wanting them to be from 7 hours to 6 hours? Or from 7 hours to 4 hours, or potentially both of those, which is 7 hours to 3 hours.
Correct.
To realize the 440,000, 41,000, you would reduce all 7 people from 7 hours a day to 3 hours a day. So you will realize what you've approved, 330, 750, 100, 250, and you're right. It doesn't read that way, and so I'll apologize for that. These are my line items, but thank you for bringing it up, Trustee Brown. To realize the $440,000, and if both of these line options were approved, it is a 7-hour day to a 3-hour day for each FTE.
Look, that was never that was never the intent. The intent was one or the other.
That is
so.
Exactly
How do we
correct.
fix that in the tool? Because it's 10 to 10 at night, and I don't feel well, and so I just need a simple clarification. Like, I would prefer to have. So the way I'm looking at it is that the district parent liaison, I would prefer to do 7 to 6 hours, period, and get the other one off. Personally.
You can't do that with all due respect, President.
No, I'm asking, what I'm asking though is that because the original offer was to say, okay, you're going to cut it from 7 hours to 4 hours. And then it was supposed to be in lieu. Instead of the 7 to 4, then it should be 7 to 6. Not if we approve both, that it goes from 7 to 3 hours. That was never the intent.
That's right. Okay, so we as a board have already voted on the 5.015. What I would recommend is we take item F12 and we put it to number 1, and then we find a way to reverse that 110K. But we've already voted on the 5.015, and we have to stick to the 5.015. So if that was a mistake, and we need to go find 110K of funding to reverse that mistake on the list, then it needs to go to item 1.
All right, good suggestion. Okay, so we're going to put that all the way up to 1.
To fix this, I would agree with Trustee Brown.
I do as well.
Okay, so just to re-clarify, thank you for summarizing that. So I think it was a minor overlook, so we'll have to go back and take a look at that. But the board is in agreement that we will not entertain cutting the parent district liaison to 4 hours, right? Okay, so staff will come back with a recommendation for the additional money sum by pulling that other item out, correct? Okay. Okay, so Namarta, can you please kind of summarize where we're at, please, for us and kind of give us...
Hang on. You just said that the board won't consider going to 4 hours. So that what you're then by saying that is you want the 2 point whatever is item number 1.
What? I'm sorry. I retract. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Maybe I misspoke. You said to put the other one up to
Right
1.
now we have voted on a 1 hour reduction and a 3 hour reduction for a position that is currently 7 hours. Okay? Correct? Yes. If we as a board are saying that in no way, shape, or form do we want to go to a 4 hour day for that position, then the line item that's associated with the 3 hours needs to move to item 1.
Correct.
I thought we just said that we were doing that.
No, what I had originally suggested was that the 1 hour item would move to item 1, but anyway, everyone in
Your second suggestion is a better one. Thank you, Trustee Brown.
Yeah, she knows. She'll work it out.
Renumber everything, so give me a second.
Put 0.
Well, so how are we feeling? I was trying to look at the screen. So how many more do we have to? We're at what's the total number that we're at for the sequence? Okay, so how do we feel? We could do a 5-minute break and extend it for another 45 minutes. I don't know the tempo of the energy for people.
I'd be fine with that. I think we can get through a lot of these in 45.
You have 13 items that you haven't scored.
Okay, so I'm going to recommend we do a 5-minute break, but I'm looking for a motion to, I just to err on the safe side, can we approve it for 1 hour? Just, I don't want to run out of time. We can't do another extension.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Do I vote how I want to vote? Aye.
Nope.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye. Okay, motion passes. We'll do a 5-minute break. No, we'll come back at 10:05. Okay, we're back to order. Thank you, everyone. And for those in the audience that are still here, we really appreciate your time. And trustees, we appreciate you plugging through. Our goal is to get through the order for the rescinding. We're at item number 12 out of 24. And so what we have is, if you could scroll back down, please. We're looking at the list now for the, looks like we have elementary library media assistant. Let's look at that 13, 12, 12, 12, and the 11. So that's 1, 2, 3, like 6 or 7. So we have elementary library media assistant, the high school secretary, the middle school secretary, the reading intervention support, RIS, the district parent liaison, and the middle school library media assistant. So we do need to get consensus on the order. So I thought we were in agreement. We already put the school counselor, correct? The high school counselor, that's been done. Okay, so next, go back, stop moving it around, please. Go back down to the elementary library media assistant.
Could I ask you this, though? With the parent liaison, did you want to not touch the other item, the 1 hour reduction? Because that was one that you originally were wanting to look at. Does that make sense? From 7.
I think that what we had proposed was to put that next. Then the discussion was to put the reading intervention, and then the RIS, and then the health assistance. That's what we discussed.
But she's asking for both of them.
Just one for now, right? Yes, that's what we agreed on.
And I vote for elementary library to come next, and then the school secretaries.
Yes.
Trustee Karen, could you repeat what you said you wanted?
I said I would like the librarians first, and then the school secretaries.
Sorry, what's the 5.5?
That 1 hour of the parent liaison, it needs to be moved up. That's the 1 hour that you were considering.
No, I think we were saying that should be 12.
Yes, that's what we wanted for 12. Thank you for that clarification.
I think they were saying that the second half of the RIS was 13, and then the library. Is that what you were saying?
No, I'm saying that I would like to have the library next. That's what I'm saying, number 13.
Okay, so secretaries or
I'm gonna end up leading this as a split because I also would like to see the elementary library media assistant twos.
so I agree with the secretaries next. So Trustee Brown, did you have a preference?
Yeah, I would do the secretary next.
Okay, so majority is secretaries. then the media assistants,
Then the other library.
for middle school. So elementary library media assistant first, then the middle school library assistant. Or flipped, I just want to confirm from staffing perspective, the impact for elementary versus middle school. What is the impact? I just want to make sure we're double checking the sequencing.
Got it. Thank you. So J4, there's 6.6875 total. This is the elementary library media assistant 2. And so the reduction is 2.625. What that means is current is 0.75 at each school. And so we'll go to 0.5 at each school.
And I'm saying that as an elementary teacher, going to the library every other week is not a good idea.
And what would it mean for middle school?
What's that number, Namarta? Okay, so for K1 is a 1.125 reduction from 2.625. That will leave 0.50 at each school. It is.
Sorry, repeat that.
It will, with the reduction, we will have 0.5 at each middle school.
Versus what is it now?
0.875 each school.
That's a tough call. It's difficult. It's going to impact both middle school and elementary. It's hard to put one over the other.
Again, I think it's really important for elementary students to go every week to the library.
But it's also important for the middle school students as well.
Yeah, but they don't go to the library. As a visit. Elementary students do go visit the library.
How are the roles different?
So one thing we could do, I don't know if it'll help. So at the middle school library, some option we could think about is closing on certain days or reducing the number of hours it's open every day. So just something to think about.
As a former middle school teacher, middle school classes do visit the library. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
It's not on a regular schedule like elementary, but it does happen.
And for the elementary, it's not a prep, right? Because some districts have going to see the library, going to the library as a prep period. I just want to confirm.
Not a prep.
Elementary level.
Regardless of whichever one we choose to go first or second, I would strongly suggest that the middle school library not be closed on any day. It should still be open every day, even if it's reduced hours.
Thank you.
See, I actually would prefer to support the middle school first over the elementary because I know there's been a sentiment of a lot of cuts for the elementary versus the middle school and secondary. I don't know, just to consider ordering differently, just another consideration.
I think there's been a lot of cuts to elementary. So I think that needs to come back first.
Mr. Butterfield wants
Did you want to add the middle school?
And just maybe help you make it a more tangible rather than just an FTE. So if reduced in elementary, the routines that would change is instead of the 3rd through 5th grade classes having a 45-minute lesson with the library media assistant every 2 weeks, it'd be a 30-minute come in and check out. So it could still serve all the classes and mindful that there's less actually elementary classrooms because of the loss of enrollment. And so we've analyzed that schedule to determine we would still hit every classroom with the same frequency of routine. It would just be a shorter time period within the library. Other impacts might be closing library at recess or some other times to allow that. We also would look at school conference week or the week before winter break to close the library for those weeks to allow those media assistants to get caught up with some of their maintenance and routine of the library materials, which is minimum days for students, typically conferences, so minimizing the impact for students at the elementary level. At the middle school, impact, we might look at a schedule that expands more hours in a day but less days per week. Trustee Jones, you mentioned this, but one of the reasons for that is that if, for example, we have ELA classes coming in, if an ELA class is hitting 6th period, we want, those hours available to all the periods on certain days. So we would work out a schedule to make sure every period of the day would have access to that middle school library. The libraries are not open before and after school, so we feel like we can maintain the integrity of the program, if we had to go down that road. So circulation for both elementary and middle school is pretty similar per student on campus. So the frequency of a student checking out a book or the number of books being checked out at the middle school and elementary is pretty similar in terms of workload. Just giving you information so you make your decision based on kind of real life practical scenarios there.
Okay, so how do we feel? I do think that it's critical for, it depends on how we look at it. The elementary, the media specialists really support our students, and the secretaries do a lot of support with our highest vulnerable students with, challenges and coming in and checking. And so I'm torn. So how do we feel?
Didn't you put the secretaries above? Didn't we?
Why is the number not there?
Yes.
Could you clarify which secretary group goes first? High school first and then middle? Is that the intent?
Elementary and middle are not necessarily my area of expertise because I mostly teach in high school. And so for that, I've only literally done 1 year at a middle school. So I would defer to your expertise on recommending for priority on this one.
So for the library media specialist, I just want clarification. So for the middle school, there would be a reduction in hours. I do agree with Trustee Jones that we don't cut potential days. And then for the elementary, it sounds like the time allotment would be shorter. So the students would still have access, but it wouldn't be as long. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, so given the direction here, so we would look at not closing the days, but the hours of access to the library would be shortened. That's true for both.
I just don't want it to be arbitrary. So, I guess that would be my point. If there's any other information in terms of, it sounds like it's just a scheduling change. So,
Can I just add for the middle school? I'm sorry, I just want to add for the middle school, if it's shorter hours, some classes will never have access to the library.
I'm sorry?
If it's shorter hours, some classes will never have access to the library.
If you stagger them.
There are 8 periods.
Right, but if you
in the
stagger
day,
it,
but then
you start later.
Well, then that individual schedule would be changing constantly, the library media assistant. If they're working 9 to 2, first period and 8th period would never get to the library.
Well, not unless if it's like an A-B schedule. So Mondays and Wednesdays they work, they could have a.
That'd be a nightmare for the person that was doing that job for start. So
that has to be negotiated with union. Usually a different staggered schedule like that. That could be set up if that's the intent. But the other option is to do full days, as Mr. Butterfield suggested, and just like there's a day or two where the library is closed, but everybody has access on the days that it's open. So just something to consider.
As awful as that is for the middle schools, that would probably be better, and then trying to do no closed days at the elementary level.
Well, then I would recommend middle school and then elementary. Just from the information that staff's sharing with schedules and impact. Do we have any objections?
I object.
Okay, duly noted. Then I'm going to pass it to my fellow trustees on their thoughts. We've got 2 proposals.
I would restore elementary before middle school.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I would recommend restoring elementary before middle school.
Okay, Trustee Vice President Walker. You've had experience both at secondary as well, so.
Yeah, I think I'd go with elementary first.
Okay, majority rules. Okay, just a few more. And just so that for the benefit for those watching on TV, I guess, we've gotten to the 3.2 million, correct, in the reduction. So the way to think about this is if the negotiations, remember, started with 5.4, but let's say all of the 5.4 negotiated gets completed, then all the positions letters would be rescinded, correct, Marta? Hypothetically?
Hypothetically.
Right. So hypothetically, if only 3.2 million resolved with negotiations, then up to the 16 positions would be rescinded, correct? Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay.
It's
Then-
16 items, not 16 positions.
Yeah, so then,
16 items, thank you. I apologize. Sorry, it's late.
so then I would recommend PE specialist coming next and then outdoor ed after that.
So, going to, I'm going to ask that we hold on the physical education and the outdoor ed separately. Let's get the rest ordered, because I think the discussion for outdoor ed and PE will take a lengthier discussion, and we might be plugging them in a different order. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea because it will be. So should we have the risk one since it's the last 2.4 next, 17?
And I think that should be at the very end because we've already restored some, but that's just my opinion.
Why don't we hold on the risks for now, and we can. Let's do the others. So that would be secondary intervention specialists, the social workers, wellness center support specialists, integration specialists, and the technology specialists. Does anyone have, so I would like to make a comment on the social workers. I understand that we went in this order based upon how the trustees scored everything, but I feel that social workers, their work is not necessarily summed up well in the description. They're a jack of all trades. They visit students' homes. They help with supports with families who have significant legal challenges, litigious divorces, working in broken homes. So I'm almost to the point where I would say we need to consider social workers a little higher up. But I definitely want to make sure we're advocating for our social workers.
I agree too, and I'm also hopeful that the medical will pay for them.
And so just to clarify, if the medical billing, then their position could be subsidized in another way. Is that, could you just re-clarify that, Mr. Zialazo?
Yeah, so great questions. This position actually, there's multi-funding sources for the, what's the total? There's 5.2 total FTE, and this option is 2.2, so the remaining would be 3. Okay, that's the logistics of it. In terms of the funding sources, and Ms. Gates, if you can help me, there's the SB HIP, there's the CYBHI, there's the LCAP. There's funding sources that make this a complex kind of analysis mathematically. To answer the question, should we retain some of those grants, some of those funding sources, then that would help. And especially the medical billing that you mentioned, and I said earlier, unfortunately, we can't project that just yet, but that would be a funding source that could help support this because they are a biller, right, Ms. Gates?
That's correct. So all of our social workers are already billing. I guess I shouldn't say all of them. I believe actually all of them are now. And so, the desire with this medical billing is that the people who are billing would be able to bill enough to create a funding stream for their sources. Did you need me to tell you the different areas where they're paid, or no?
I don't think so. Just that these positions are multi-funded, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is it okay if we put that as 17? And then,
I'm okay with that. And
Yeah.
it should be understood that, yes, there's the order of rescindment, but if there is specialized funding, it can preempt the rescinding order. Obviously, we can't apply medical billing to PE specialists, right? So,
okay, great. And then I would state that out of the others, I definitely feel it's important to advocate for our intervention specialists for academics with our students' supports. I think there's a challenge sometimes we forget about struggling readers at the secondary level. So can we make that 18? Yes. Okay, and the Wellness Center Support Specialist, we did have Ms. Harrell come speak, and I think some others as well. I would agree to that position. I think that there's more depth and breadth to that position, so I would like to support that next.
Okay.
Okay, so what we have left that aren't being excluded, that would leave to the technology specialist. Am I forgetting? Okay, so I know this is really difficult for me as a former professional development provider. I'm a huge advocate for professional development for support, and especially we're working hard with asset-based versus deficit thinking and all the professional development support that we're providing for our teachers and staff, and especially as we get new people on. But I do feel that farthest from the classroom, I would prefer to support the technology specialists because I know there's their position and support. I actually just happened to talk to one specialist at the middle school today that was talking about how students are really embarrassed to actually ask for help for stuff like technology issues. They wait to come after school or privately because they don't want to be embarrassed. So I do feel that their support is underestimated. So in supporting our students, I think that would, when you have to pick between staff development support and our students, I do feel that technology specialists would be a priority.
So you want to do technology specialist, RIS, and then integration specialist is what you're saying?
Yes. Other comments?
that's fine.
I would like to state that I know the reduction of the integration support, integration specialists, they have moved mountains in supporting our teachers and a lot of behind the scenes and coaching and support. So it's not to say that their position isn't valued, but when we have to...
The fact that it's on this list meant that we already prioritized these as the positions we least wanted to affect, right? So it sucks, frankly, for the technical term at 10:30 at night, but to even rank these 1 through 24. So, yeah, but your point is well noted.
Thank you, Trustee
Can we just
Brown.
clarify, I'm sorry, on the RIS, I thought I heard earlier because you'd taken a group before that you wanted this one to be a
We
bottom.
changed our mind.
We changed our mind. Is that what happened? Okay.
Yes, we did. Okay, so...
So what is 20? What is item 21?
Because my understanding was you wanted to, the idea was to do RIS as 21 and then integration specialist as 22.
Yes, that's what I was proposing.
Okay. Agreed. Order that's in the screen. All right.
Okay, Trustee Brown, thank you for being so patient. We can talk about the phase out of outdoor education program now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a low dollar amount. I suspect PPIE will prioritize it because they already do the buses, and those fifth grade teachers do amazing work to try to raise money and everything else. And this is really for the stipends and so on, and I don't want to see those go away. So I would prioritize them higher on the list in the hopes that PPIE would prioritize picking that up.
I would agree, especially because the stipends and that were just one in the last contract. So like this just would be an issue.
So can I get clarification from staff on this? On what the phase out of the outdoor program, if that was approved and we kept it down at this list, what would that mean?
So this cost is actually a portion of what the total outdoor ed program cost is. This is more of that sort of indirect cost of staff that would be necessary to provide the health services, behavioral support services, IEP services for students who go. So that's where we calculated this cost.
So this is not the stipends then? So I misstated?
It includes the stipends plus the additional support services. It includes both. What PPIE covers right now is the transportation portion of it, and then parents cover the the cost of the
PPIE, parent donations, PTA. They cover the other costs.
So playing devil's advocate, if the board did not change the order on this and the phase out of the outdoor education program, are you saying that it would completely dissolve, or that it would be funded completely through other sources and not through the general fund of the district? The district wouldn't fund any of it, kind of like the boosters in sport, like how the boosters support certain activities and it's completely funded by the boosters. I'm just giving that out.
So we have there's two options. One option would be to raise more donations directly from the parents, kind of like the ask would be a little bit higher to cover it. The other one, I know that the foundation in their meetings have shown some interest in picking up, because they're already picking up the transportation cost. So they indicated that this might be one that they would pick up. So there's a couple of options to find funding for that and to maintain it.
Okay, so I guess I look at it completely differently, and I wholeheartedly support this program. And so I guess if believing that the program would continue, but it would be alternate funding, I do feel like that $45,000 can do better for other positions that we desperately need funding that would not necessarily be absorbed. So that I would actually keep it the way it was scored.
The idea, though, is if we put it up near the top, it's likely to be picked up by PPIE, which means that it would disappear from the list anyways, and the next one would be grabbed.
But I think it's the opposite. The PPIE would say that they need to take care of it because it's at the end of the list.
I'm wondering if it would help if you changed the description. Instead of phase out, maybe that's where the confusion is. Call it reduction or reduce that 45. And then if we are able to find the other funding source, we will. But the program is not phased out. So maybe that's part of the confusion.
So I hear completely what you're saying, Trustee Brown, but I'm going based upon the scoring, and I would prefer that we keep it where it was scored. I do think that it is an important enough program. Just like our athletic programs and the boosters, an analogy would be, I know I've worked in other states where sports are completely funded by the school districts. And so I am confident this program is going to be supported either way. So I would prefer to keep it the way that it was scored. That's how I'm feeling.
I agree with Trustee McCaughey.
I do as well.
Okay, that's a majority.
And we changed the language, just making note.
So that's number 24 then, I think. Well, we...
So
let's... go ahead.
I was going to say, I believe that we should put elementary physical education specialist up next to, if we scroll up to the top so you can see where it is. I believe that, especially with our hours, minutes, I believe that we should put them with elementary science specialist. I believe it's an absolute necessity. I said at the beginning of this meeting that I believe there are creative ways that we could get this covered, especially with PPIE's help in Prop 28, so that if they're up there, they would, if it works out, would be removed from the list, and we'd be able to move further down this list anyways.
So
I agree.
you're proposing then that it's item 4.5?
I mean, we could make it item 4.5 or item 5, however you want.
Well, no, I just meant in terms of between 4 and 5.
4.5.
It would become the new number 5, I guess. We'll phrase it that way.
It will become the new number 5, but for the time being.
4.5.
Okay. I still disagree on the outdoor ed, but I'm outvoted. So, and either way, we'll message appropriately with PPIE because they're great partners.
That's it. We'll message.
So hold on, we're not done yet, so we aren't packing stuff up yet. So I know it's late, and this was the intent when we had planned the meeting. I'm going to open it up for public comment for anyone else, but I know we just have, if there's anyone else that would like to make a comment. Yes.
Yes, if you
come speak and you can fill out the card later.
Just point of information for him as a speaker. It's about he's just speaking to the items on the list, or?
Well, that was the intent, but that happened earlier. So you can just talk about this process, the sequencing. You did speak earlier, so
Yes.
it should not be repetitive.
I will not repeat.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good evening. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity to speak at such a late hour. My name is Thomas Choi. I also want to take a moment to specifically thank the board president for advocating our intervention specialists during tonight's discussion. I spoke earlier tonight, but I felt compelled to return to the podium to address a stark reality that is unfolding. Looking at the prioritization summary, it was a bit alarming to see that there's 2 distinct items listed that target the cutting of our reading intervention specialists. One of the fundamental purposes of elementary school is to teach our children how to read and write. Therefore, reading intervention should be treated as a very high priority. These intervention specialists are essential for our most vulnerable students. If our children fall behind in reading and the basic skills they need to navigate life, what is the use of the district to prioritize other discretionary services? Reading intervention and intervention support are essential to ensure our vulnerable and struggling youngest students are not left behind. Tonight's discussion painted a very grim picture to our elementary school system functioning without any type of intervention support. The conversations even highlighted how children who do not receive reading support at an early age can negatively be affected for the rest of their lives. Hearing the potential impact out loud confirms that removing these roles will dismantle the foundation of our early education programs. This brings me to the specific clarifying question I have regarding the fiscal data presented at tonight's meeting. The prioritization summary tool assigns specific dollar amounts to these proposed cuts. However, the district's stated goal to close to $11 to $15 million gap in the unrestricted general fund, and specifically under the education code, mentions that savings from the LCAP funds cannot be used to subsidize the general deficit unless the district is currently encroaching on those programs. So my question to the board and to staff is this. If cuts to these LCAP funded positions on tonight's list are approved, will the full dollar amount that's listed in the summary tool actually be realized as savings for the general fund, or is it only the encroachment portion that can be legally realized in these savings? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board for concluding comments. I would like to just remind that, well, just thank everyone for their hard work tonight. I know it was not easy, so I'll make additional comments, but I'm going to pass it to my fellow trustees for concluding comments.
I'll try to be quick because I know it's late. This is a difficult process. As has been stated, we have one of the key responsibilities of a trustee is the financial and the budgeting process, which is a 3-year budgeting process. As I've stated before, one of the things that makes it difficult is we actually don't, the timeline by which we have to do things is before all the numbers and everything else is final. And the exercise we did tonight was a painful process for us personally. I'm not asking for any sympathy for the board members here. What I'm saying is these were the items that we as a board already decided that we did not want to impact because we wanted to give enough, as I used the word earlier, oxygen to the negotiation process. So this is a action that we're taking in parallel to that negotiation process and is necessitated by our obligations as a board to act according to the timeline and our fiscal responsibility. So it's not, and any discussions that we have as a board, and we've spent many hours, we could spend many more hours and still not do justice to all the hard work that happens out in the district for all the people that are in these positions. And so please don't take out of context any one comment that myself or any other board member may make. It doesn't in any way intend to diminish the role that you do for our students each and every day. And so I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Well said.
I'm going to say this is the worst day as a board member that I've ever had, and I hated it. But I'm also going to say that I believe in our community. I believe in working together. I believe in negotiations. I believe in PPIE, and I believe that we're going to get through this.
This is never, I did not run for school board to be, none of us ran for school board to be making decisions like this. None of us in education want to be making decisions like this. None of our staff, none of our educators, no one. And so this really was that terrible list of last resort that we're hoping we don't have to use as we prioritize the return and the comebacks from this as bargaining continues on. I mean, to be clear, we fought very hard over getting things onto this. I remember fighting sometimes where the votes were 3-2 on things that I was very passionate about. And so to now see it here is painful. And these were tough decisions to make. I'm really hoping that we can work with staff and we can implement some of the different things that I brought up tonight as potential funds. Not all of them necessarily potentially for this coming year, but in future years so that we're not back into this situation, and even potentially to rescind further within these. I believe in our ability to, like I said, use Prop 28 in those ways. I believe in our sites supporting doing that, and I believe that PPIE would support us in doing something like that. And I believe as a community, we can resolve to get as much of this list rescinded from these RIFs, because they're not wrong. Pleasanton students do deserve the best. And as a community, I believe that we can get to that.
Yes, this was probably one of the most painful evenings I've ever spent as a board member. But I'm hopeful that we can make a lot of rescissions. But I do want to state that it is imperative that we go for the revenue generating streams and figure out what those are, what are they going to look like, and get those working and get them into play, you know, and have some sort of a semblance of a plan of revenue generating items. I think it's imperative as a board that we start looking at those, and I appreciate Trustee Jones with his recommendations and his ideas. And again, I also want to say that we are a powerful community, and I think we can rally together and work together and hopefully find, you know, the medical billing and other revenue streams, bring back as many of these positions as we can, because again, this was a very painful evening for me.
So can I just add to that? Can you let the community know about the revenue streams that you've already done? I think we've got like $4 million or something.
Yeah, we could definitely notify that. Matter of fact, I wanted to end it with all the comprehensive list of all the revenue streams we're working on. So, President McCaughey.
Okay, so first I wanted to thank everyone who came out tonight, every single person who came out to speak, and for the emails and the information that was sent to the board and to staff in preparation for tonight's meeting. I wanted to thank staff for the collaboration and the work put together for tonight's presentation. And sometimes things don't roll out the way we plan, but I do appreciate the collaboration and the hard work put together to help support the board. I would like to just kind of echo back to where this board was a few years ago, where the information that was presented to us, it was either yay or nay. And so I know that there has been countless hours behind the scenes and discussions over the last 2 years. It's not an easy process. And I also think it's important that we, as a board, we need to take responsibility of why we're here, and staff and previous errors. And we do have to own up and make strategic long-term planning. So I do appreciate Trustee Jones and other trustees making comments of how to support, so we're not in this position again. I also would like to commend our labor union partners and the collaboration working together. Even tonight, everyone was very respectful, and everyone was able to make their points without a sense of anger, in terms of we were cordial, and the divide of between trustees, I would like to commend the board as well for being able to work together through this process, recognize each other's different points of views, and be respectful when we differed, and that means a lot. And I just wanted to thank everyone. This will not be easy. We're in it together, and I'm hopeful that we can, as already attested by fellow trustees, have a lot of opportunities for rescinding, and that statutory, we have to do this. So thank you, and I'll pass it to Dr. Castles.
Thank you, trustees, and I echo everything everyone is saying, particularly the audience and all the people that spoke tonight. This is the most difficult situation I've ever seen by far in my entire career, and I have seen just a few of these items completely derail a district, and the amount of the size and the number of reductions, and we're not alone on this, and it doesn't make us feel any better about that, but I really applaud your collaboration with staff. I thank staff, and I just kind of want to riff off a few things here in terms of revenue, because that's been a theme tonight. We've been talking about expenses. Let's talk about revenue really quickly. We've had substantive discussions about increasing enrollment. We know we have to be able to have our parents, this is what they want, to drop their kids off early and pick them up after work. That doesn't mean we're at the table regarding TK and K, but really the solution is much more than that. And it's everything from facilities to working with the teachers in the classrooms and getting that longer day. Taking all of you through options for our maintenance, operation, and transportation yard. While a lot of these are not immediate fixes, we are looking at quick fixes, like we've been close a couple of times to renting more of the district office. And I want to say more because all of that is rented. And if you haven't noticed walking up, we've really tried to put a pretty touch on the front for curb appeals to get it rented faster. We have a 7-Eleven committee with Donlin, the triangle in the back. Definitely are going to follow up on Prop 28 to see if we can do some supplanting there legally. We've submitted the grant, like Mr. D'Alazzo was saying, for the billing reimbursements to the county for medical building. We definitely have an opportunity now to sit down with Andrea and Jen regarding PPIE. Who knows, parcel tax could be in the future. We definitely are an outlier in terms of needing one. And last but not least, I was thinking when society has issues, we tend to look at them locally and point fingers at each other. And this is really a bigger problem than PUSD, than Alameda County. It's really the state having to take a look at funding in a remarkable declining historical enrollment situation. And there are so many districts that are going through tremendous conflicts that we have seemed to, with our relationships and goodwill, have mitigated. That being said, I can tell you we're going to do a very intense broadband campaign, joining arms with our labor partners. You're going to see that with PPIE and also PCC, our PTA presidents. We got to get the attention of the state to do something in this issue of declining enrollment. Likewise, we have to get their attention to avoid the shenanigans of one-time funding. It's not doing us good. So we're on that. PTA's on it, PPIE on it. You're going to hear a lot about it. So I appreciate you let me rattle off that list, but it's not just an expenditure problem. It's a revenue challenge.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Geisel. So procedurally, actually, I believe we need to make a motion. That's what staff we discussed, to actually approve the rescinding order. So that will be the last thing that we do, is basically approve the rescinding order that we just went through.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passes unanimously 5-0. So we are going to officially adjourn this meeting. Before we do so, I'd like to thank everyone for their time tonight to attend tonight's special board meeting, and in particular for staying after 10 p.m. We really appreciate it. Next board meeting will be regular board meeting next Thursday, February 26, 2026. Safe travels. Trustee Brown will miss you. So have a good night. Thank you.